The capture card isn't working. I'm going to yell at someone.
Me too, Justin. Me too. Oh, cool. Alright, so let's... Okay, so... That worked. And if I go back here... Will it work? Don't you dare dim, Switch. No, apparently it was just... I just needed to... Put this one there. Okay. Thanks, Source, for deciding to just not work anymore. There's no, like, hold on. Let me move this, actually, all the way there to where it was. There's no, like, button that's like, oh, refresh the source. No. God, if only. If only that were the case. Get rid of this one, the old and busted, and put back on the new hotness. Okay, so make it fit. Move these. Squint a little to like check. Okay, I think we're good to go. Very cool. Now I can windowed projector so that the people who want to see in the stream thing on Discord can look at it. Yeah. Okay. That took... Fuck. God damn it. Audio. Audio output mode. Oh no.
Bayonetta.
Okay. I'm gonna see if I can do this. Whoa. Okay. Wait, hold on. What if I were to do this? Okay, so I'll just stick with device default for resolution FPS type because yeah. even with highest FPS setting turned on, it's stuck
Nice
at...
to meet you, I'm Natasha, Underworld Doctor. Feeling sick?
Why are you still making, like, Honkai Star Rail jokes? Because, like, first of all, they're not even, like, running those ads anymore. They run, like, all those other ones with different characters where it's like, oh, you pulled this character. Don't they look nice? Don't they look hot and sexy? I haven't seen Natasha in actual months. Maybe almost over a year. How am I doing? I was doing less good earlier because I was like, come on, man. Why the frick is my capture card not working? I plan on, like, streaming stuff from my Switch tomorrow and in the next few days after also. So why are you working? Why are you not working? Yeah, what's up? Before anything, you want me to put on a video for you, which requires, like, undoing a lot of my shit. Is that right, Shadowrun Gauntless? Is that what you're asking me to do? The thing that you are wont to do, but this time around, things have me in a not as good mood? Alright, whatever. It's fine. I'm not actually mad. Want to hear Shadowrun, but this WWE games. I mean, you're free to do so, but, like, I'm pretty sure this ranting is gonna be of stuff that, like, I already know about. I know that WWE games are dookie. I know that they just keep getting worse. I know that Yuke's Games, or Yukis, I don't know. They're a Japanese company. I know that they tend to not change anything. 2K24 looks promising. Oh, okay, I see.
Dreadful.
Which one have I not done?
Dreadful.
I want one with 0.
Dreadful.
0 done.
Dreadful.
Wow, nothing with 0. Okay, hold on.
If you need to learn how to talk to a lady, ask your mum.
Okay, I'll do the ones with 1 and 2. I mean, issues the roster rating. Did you see it? No. And I don't really care. Anyway. So, hey, we're in hell now. Ain't that a hoot?
John.
Basically, some of the people were too high while the others were too low. I don't know what you mean by roster rating, though. I don't know nothing about these fucking games. So, talking about, did you see the roster rating? Like, I don't know what that means. I don't know why you just assume I already know. Get out of here.
Is that all you've got?
Nice. Okay. Ah, not Scolopendra. You missed, stupid. Okay. I forgot you're one of those fans. Yeah, one of those fans who doesn't know anything about a thing. Is that right? I'm one of those fans. You know, clueless. Hey, it's the spider. Everyone's favorite. Phantasmaray. Phantasmaray. There we go. Okay. Oh, God. Oh my God, dude. Dang it. So basically, a wrestler to wrestle from a certain day on, we get a rating based on their wins and losses. I mean, that just sounds like, you know, their stats with their KD, their win-loss ratio. Like, but what's the problem? Are you saying that they're being inaccurate? Because if that's the case, then yeah, I get that. But like, you're not providing enough reasons for. Okay, you're not providing enough reasons to like justify you being mad. Or is it that like you're mad because your favorite wrestlers who don't really do that good are being ranked way too low, even though they should be ranked higher because they're pretty good still? Yes to both. Okay, well, you know, take that up with 2K games because, like, I don't know what I can do. Rant over. Damn it. I keep mistiming that. I'm getting like a silver for this. Ah, boo. Even worse. Just keep dropping combos. It stinks. Oh, my monies. Uh-huh. Okay. You know, typing all this nonsense makes me feel worthless, like I'm back to my MySpace era. Believe me, if someone knows about being on MySpace, it's me. And in all honesty, you really just gotta like pick and choose what to care about. Tornado. What fan group was I? I was in the role-playing community. I was not on any fan group. Role-playing? I didn't think... Oh, you're very funny. That's a real funny joke you're making. Oh, is this the guy? Is this my arch nemesis? Oh boy, is it. Resentment. Swindler of Progress. And boy, ain't that a name. A title. They had to, like, have known. Clown me on the streets be like, it's... Oh, fuck. Alright. Okay. Nope. Oh, God. Shit. Oh, God. I don't remember that move. Don't you dare. Fuck. Shit. This guy has just too many moves. Oh my god. I hate that guy so much. He didn't even do his, like, big fuck you move.
Also me waiting of a Bloody Roar remake clown face.
Clown face. I don't know if you can see on the chat on the side there. You got emojis now. Funnily enough, this is the same chat thing that Rose uses. Because at some point I was like, I'm tired of the whole thing at the bottom, like it's CNN type thing that I had going on. I'm just gonna... Oh, shit. It never did? The one at the bottom that was looking like a CNN thingy never had emojis. It had some, but it didn't have, like, the weird special ones. Nah, I'm out of here. I don't know. Okay, so that's that over there. And this over here has... Whoa. When is Rose coming back from the corner store? I don't know. Like... The problem that I've come across recently is that, like... Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. While I go over here, I'll continue. The problem I've come across is that, like, with the amount that I've been streaming, and also having someone living at the house for a little bit for for a certain I'm being I'm being I was being recommended. Hey, don't forget, you have jury duty on the 5th of March. Oh, that's funny. Anyway, I have someone living at the house, a family member. They use so much internet. And because of that, I hit the data cap pretty frequently. And I hate that. So I tend to not want to stream as Rose because I don't want to exacerbate that. I have already hit the data cap. I owe like $70, I think, for going that much over. The only way to like get unlimited internet is to like because I have Xfinity, is to sign up for like mobile also. And I don't want a mobile plan. I'm on my mom's plan. So I don't know what a data cap is. It sounds annoying. It basically means like, here is the amount of data you're allowed to use for the normal like bill price. If you go over, you're liable to be charged extra money. And with Xfinity, it's like the more you go over, the more money you're gonna owe. I owe, like, it's not that I owe. You know, normally it's like you get 1.2 terabytes per month, which, you know, for a while was good. It was a good amount of data. I never hit the data cap unless I downloaded like a really huge game like Cyberpunk. But recently, I have a family member staying who uses so much internet that like we hit the data cap and go way over. So I end up, like, last month I owed like $60. This month I'm gonna owe like 70 or 80. Because it's like $10 for every 50 gigabytes you go over. Ah, criminy. So yeah, it is annoying. Shit. Ah, fuck. I already fucked up. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, it's not. Oh, wow. I had plenty of time for this. I fucked up, and they're like, it's fine. You got time. I bet I already got this one, though. Ooh, no. I want to go back up. There's also the thing of, like, I want to do, like another, loophole theater. Oh, cool. Nice. And I don't know if it's, like, Kappa Mikey or, because I think only it's the pilot episode that, like, got me flagged for something. Like, if I start with, like, the actual, like, beginning of the series, maybe I might be able to do it good. And also Buzz Lightyear Star Command. Again, don't do the pilot. Just, like, start with the first episode. But if Rose streams, do return. What game do you stream? Oh, I started. She started Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. So, you know, she'd be continuing from there. Ah, frick. shit, I forgot. Oh my god. Yeah, remember the old Super Mario Brothers? I'm pretty sure you can stream that from someplace. The thing about Loophole Theater is that, like, it's got to be something that, like, is not available to stream. Like, the parent company has totally forgotten about it, given it up. The only way to possibly watch it is through, like, the physical version. So, you know, doing that with Megas XLR was easy. The only place to watch it would be on YouTube. So Code Lyoko, I'm pretty sure Code Lyoko is available to be streamed somewhere. I do want to do like a watch-along stream, but like one of those like actual VTuber watch-alongs where it's like we're watching a movie on Netflix. Because I figured out how to like have it so that Discord audio can be heard, but not the movie audio. Oh my god, these guys suck. I hate them. Oh, cool. I somehow missed that. I guess I never just came over here. Give me the stone. Silver? I'll take that. There's nothing else here. It was just that one fight. Totally optional. Thanks. But anyway, like, Buzz Lightyear Star Command, Disney doesn't care about it. Kappa Mikey, Nickelodeon doesn't care about it. I think I need to check if it's on Paramount Plus or whatever they're going to call it. What's over here? Is this different? This is just for fun, but the Fire Emblem OVA isn't on the streaming service. You know, you do have a point there. Lollipop. Hey, I've got suds too. I think I was already over here. God, this place looks the fucking same everywhere. You know, maybe I'll think about Fire Emblem OVA. Depends on if I get my shit flagged for like music, because I feel like Fire Emblem music would get me flagged for something. Oh, it's another one. Oh, it's one of these. I actually like this dude. He's cool. Wait, find any anime only for YouTube? That's the thing. It's tricky. Because, like, it's... You can totally stream, like... It's like, oh, you can make the argument. It's like, oh, it should be good to... Fuck, ouch. Good to stream something if it's on YouTube. But, like... if you're streaming it on YouTube. But, like... No, actually. It's... YouTube will still not like it. When I was streaming Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and then we were like, hey, let's watch the Mystery Dungeon anime special. It's on YouTube. We can watch it. YouTube was like, no, stop. Stop watching it. We're blocking your stream until you stop watching. So, you know, it being, like, a thing being on YouTube is, like, not safe enough. I tell you, watch Medaka Box. Since for some reason it's nowhere to be found. I don't think Medaka Box counts. That shit is owned by like Toei or Funimation or whatever, like some big company, and they'd like be pissed if they found out someone was watching that shit. Not Funimation, Toei or I don't know these companies. Shueisha, Fuji TV. Fuji TV doesn't exist anymore, I don't think. Does it? Did Shueisha come from Fuji TV? Maybe, probably. Who knows? If only Gen's over here to say, oh yeah, totally. So who knows? Not me. Okay, so this is new. Where is the... No, it's not. It's not new. It's it. Oh my god, I went backwards. I'm gonna fucking come on someone. Out of sheer anger. Jeez, you can't be threatening people like that. HR is gonna get involved. Yeah, well, it's... They've watched my streams. They should know what I'm about. Threatening people with things that don't sound like actual threats. Oh, there's a thing back there. Oh my god, I didn't see that ever. It's a purple lollipop. Alright, what's next? Oh! What's up, buddy?
Why, if it ain't Bayonetta,
Geez, honest questions. Ask it.
a place like this.
Rodin, don't tell me you came here to rescue me, like some kind of knight in shining armor.
Rescue? Do I look like the rescuing tank? If you were to kick the bucket here, I'd be all over your soul like a hungry hyena.
Oh, it's that big boy. Or one of those big boys. Worst job you ever had, or worst content creator you ever worked with? I can tell you worst job. My first job, which was working at a warehouse sorting through donations that were going towards this chain of thrift stores. Not Goodwill. Oh god, no, not Goodwill. It's like a California only chain of thrift stores. But like, it was like a proper like 8 to 5 job. Had to just a lot of like lifting and physical work and like loading things into trucks. There was like a fucking mountain of like clothing that like had to be folded and sorted. I had to like put clothing that was to be sorted later into like a baler so that we can turn them into like cubes of clothing. Was it Five Below? No, it wasn't Five Below. It was like a... It was religious. The name was Society of St. Vincent de Paul. Oh, man. Anyway, I had that job for like... Shit, like, I don't know, 3 months? Not that long. But I, like... It was the first inkling where I was like, I can't work like an actual job. I have depression. Like, working in an actual job activates the depression in me. And I can't do that. Anyway.
So let's have some fun.
Oh, I was struggling. I was 19. It was my very first job, which is not an age most people have their first job. But, like, you know, still. Most people have their first job at 16. I never had to work. So, waiting until I was 19, surrounded by, like, all these, like, 30, maybe 40-year-olds. I was not having a great time. The second job I had, you know, in retrospect, probably was one of my well, I only had 3 jobs. If you don't count this, if you don't count streaming. The second one was like working as like a volunteer type thing. Not volunteer, because I was paid. Working as like an after school program person, and you know, kids are cool. I love hanging out with kids. If they, you know, if they're cool enough to have like conversations. Like, first graders suck. Second graders suck less. Third graders are all right. It's the 4th and 5th graders who are like actually cool and like I can actually talk to about things. And in retrospect, like at the moment, I was like, oh god, I hate this job. I fucking hate doing this. The kids are cool, but fuck, like the commute, because I can't drive. So I just took a bus to all these schools. My question is, was there any games that people was giving away for donation? Yes, actually. Not modern games, no. It was only like Nintendo 64. There were, when I was there, 2 Nintendo 64s with a collection of games donated. And like they were like packaged in like a little like bag thing. Not together, but you know, there were just 2 different examples of it, and I'm like, something's going on here, but I don't care. I don't get paid enough to care. I took one of them, and then I ended up playing the video games and being like, oh, this is cool. I love N64. Unfortunately, no, I did not keep them because, you know, after a while, I only had that job for 3 months. I couldn't, like, I stopped getting paid. I had to, like, make some money somehow. I didn't have another job for, like, a good long while. Like, a few years. So, I had to sell the stuff to, funnily enough, someone from the same high school. They were, like, a year or 2 older than me. So I sold them the N64 and the games. I got them, like, an extra game or 2. Because the collection didn't have Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. So I got that. I don't remember what else was in there. There was, like, Mario 64. There was Tony Hawk Pro Skater. There was a few. Star Fox 64, I think, was in there. Man, it was so long ago. But the last thing that I got that I remember vividly, you can't really hear it, or maybe you can hear me tapping the side of my head, was the last thing I bought with job money from that job was cool, better score. The last thing I got with job money from that job is a PlayStation 2 Slim, because it had been many years since I had a PS2, and I was like, I gotta get a PS2. I gotta get a real good one. No, that's false. I had started a collection of like PlayStation 2 games because I had like a refurbished fat PS2, and it had started dying. So the last thing I bought with the money was a Slim, and I was like, hey, I gotta find a new PS2. Where are they? Man, it was a hell of a trip. I went to, I don't know if you know how far it is, because I live in the Bay Area, so I had to go on a bus trip all the way to fucking Palo Alto. Now, on the bus, like driving there normally shouldn't take that long. Maybe like if you speed a little bit, if you zoom fast, it should be an hour trip going and coming. On bus with stops and shit, That was like 4 hours. Maybe 4.5. That shit was ridiculous. But I had to go to like a GameStop that was like in Palo Alto. Because it's the only one for miles at the time that had a PS2. And then I came home. And the PS2 didn't work. Oh, Jesus. So then I ended up going to like a different place in San Francisco and buying a slim PS2 from like a secondhand place. They don't operate in America, I don't know anymore. I don't think so. Like they're a UK branch, UK line of like secondhand goods stores, electronics mostly. CEX, they're cool. I should have gone to them more, but I stopped playing games on a console like years ago. But like, you know, that's where I built a lot of my PS2 collection. I would go there and be like, oh, what's going on here? Oh shit, you got Ghost Rider, the movie, the game? Oh, that shit rules. Ghost Rider's a great game. If anyone tells you otherwise, they're full of shit. You got Yakuza 1 with the fucking hilarious English dub. You got the Devil May Cry 1 to 3 collection on PS2. Back when there was like a special edition thing. Oh man, CEX was cool. And I wish I partook of its products more. You're too quiet, game. Hey. All right. Anyway, enough talk about cheese and what could have been. May I ask what PS2 did you have? A Slim was the last one that I had.
I came to pick up a friend. It's almost her curfew. Are you still going to forgive me my trespasses now? What are you going to do without your precious palace?
His umbra coronzont. Kassam nukf, Bobo and Eran Madama Butterfly. Nikma Pai, Las Madama Butterfly. Nakba Katzba,
I mean, the games for the most part got every fighting game. Is Crazy Tax. I don't remember what I had in my collection. That was years ago. All around.
I don't know what you did to piss her off, but whatever it was, nice.
Nice.
Is that all you got? So close. Got you. Almost.
You got those Latinian nails. She's that dangerous. Also, yes, I said Latinian because I like Iron Mouse. She's very cool. And also Puerto Rican. Ooh. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay. Maybe just do some of these. Ah, God. Oh, jeez. Okay. Wait, if I'm wrong, isn't technically Bayonetta 1 can be on other consoles, right? Yes. It was originally on PlayStation 1, not PlayStation 1, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. And then, no one wanted to fund the second game except for Nintendo. So the Wii U got 2 alongside with a port of 1. And then those 2 came out on Switch. And then remastered versions of 1 and 2. No, 1 came out on. No, it was after this. It was after Bayonetta 1 and 2 came out on Switch. After that, and the Bayonetta 1 came out remastered on PS4 and Xbox One. Just got to do a little bit of posing.
It's going to be a bloody coronation. Now, release my Umbran sister.
Whoa. Get her out of there. Oh, this camera. Oh, oh.
Is that all you've got?
Excellent. Oh man, this. Oh god, I'm being distracted by noises in the background. Ah, damn it. I was doing so good. That combo was nice. Real nice with it.
Miss me, babe. Jean.
Whoa.
Damn, woman. I thought I told you to chill. You got more important shit to do than dealing with this monstrosity.
Jean. Jean, get up. You're going to be late. Jean, it's time. Get up! Please, Jean! Wake up! Jean!
Cereza.
What do you need? A wake-up kiss or something? You never were much of a morning person, were you?
This is... Cereza. You came here to rescue me? Are you insane?
You took the words right out of my mouth. Let's go.
What's happening?
You need to get back to your body and get some rest too.
Be careful, Cereza. Something big is going to happen to our world.
I know. Just go home. And no stopping or turning around along the way.
I thought I'd fucked up my business. Gotta hand it to you. This is quality. The perfect palette for an artiste. Now, time to do my dirty.
So that's how that works. Well, not very romantic.
Got a nice glow about it, don't you think? As for its power, well, you don't need me to explain the finer points of fucking shit up, do you? Got them all lined up waiting to be saved, huh? Don't forget about your new toy.
Combo real good. Way better combo. Slightly worse time. I'll take it. The Lumen Sage. How many more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Alright. So we got the Lumen Sage.
Miss me, baby? That all you've got?
Ow.
Is that all you've got? Got you.
Gamora. People don't talk about how this is a rolling starts stage. Which, you know, is fair because no one remembers what the fuck a rolling start is. But I do. I remember it so you don't have to. Ooh, this guy. There's two of them.
Is that all you've got?
Woo. Ooh, bah. This should be a ride at Universal Studios. Cha-ching. Nice. Yeah, Wolfie.
Must keep interfering.
He still owes me some answers.
Your impudence will cost you your life, witch.
So you're saying diplomacy has failed then?
Nice. The wonderful 101 reference. Oh my god.
Or it will be more than your mask that you lose.
Umbro, witch. Or shall I call Bayonetta?
That seems to be what people call me these days.
Very well then, Bayonetta. You shall be the first Umbro witch to die at my hand.
They're just revealing. Oh yeah, no, that's Baldur, all right.
Swear it on my honor as a lumen sage.
So close.
Gorgeous.
Is that all you've got?
Ow. All right, I gotta. Nope.
So close.
Yeah.
Is that all you've got?
Yeah. My dash attack better.
Is that all you've got? So close.
Oh jeez. Oh god.
Is that all you've got? So close.
Yeah. Whoa.
Is that all you've got?
Oh god, jeez. Whoa. Oh jeez, I didn't even see that.
Is that all you've got?
Nope. Oh god. Yeah.
Is that all you've got?
Yeah.
Is that
I'm gonna try something funny. God, this dude.
Is that all you've got?
Hello.
Do you know there was a Lilith platformer?
A what?
Lilith from Darkstalkers. She had a platformer. Did you know that?
What?
Apparently, Capcom gave this indie developer like their blessing back in 2009 or 8 or whatever to make like a little platformer. I don't know if it was like for a phone game or if it was a PC game or something. I don't know what it was for, but it's called Lilith Throttle, and you play as Lilith, and you're like flying and gliding around this little stage, collecting like little bats, like rings or whatever, or coins, and until you get to the end of the stage. It's a really short, cute game.
I literally look up Lilith Throttle on Google, and the only thing of a video that exists is like a video from 3 years ago with like double-digit views.
You see it though, right?
I see it.
I had no idea this existed until like 20 minutes ago.
I also didn't until like 2 minutes ago.
And I knew this because it was briefly mentioned at the end of an hour-long video
okay, so I saw that was there, yeah.
that Babe Ruthless posted today.
I think it's really
Non-fighting game spin-offs.
Yes. I think it's really interesting that like I didn't watch it, but I saw that like on the thumbnail that Guilty Gear Overture was there, and you know, I know what she means by non-fighting game spin-offs, but in my brain, in my pedantic brain, I was like, that's not a spin-off, that's a direct sequel.
No, she mentions that.
Oh, okay, cool.
She mentions that. Her criteria for being put on this list, aside from like basically what she ran across that she had time for, because it's over an hour-long video,
Yep.
is can't be a fighting game, but it has to primarily feature fighting game characters.
Yes.
It can't be a fighting game character guest starring in another game, so
Yeah.
like no Last Bronx or whatever.
Okay.
So
The whole spin-off thing is more about like just as long as it's not a fighting game.
also,
Oh,
idea for you
yeah.
for a future stream if you're interested.
Yeah.
Did you know there was a Samurai Showdown RPG
That I've heard of this. This
with
got
story, and
this,
it just got translated
yeah,
into
I've heard
English?
of this. I saw like a little like a clip or a gif of like Hamaru doing a thing, and it looks really cool, so I was thinking about it.
That has Final Fantasy style limit breaks,
Yeah, I heard that too.
and like your special moves are the selectable like special moves you have, and you have like basically magic meter. It's great.
Yeah.
And you can play, and it's not just Hamaru you play as. There's
Yeah.
6 characters you can choose from
I,
with a special unlockable character that I don't know about.
I'll have to actually look into this.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, Bayonetta 2. We're like not far from the ending.
Be forgiven. My soul is illumined. He will draw his last breath before me. This is impossible.
Little one? Where am I? Bayonetta! You can get away from me!
Hey kids, you like time travel? Because you're about to get some. Did I do better? Oh, I did marginally better. Like, actually, no, I did way better. Faster, slightly worse combo, but whatever. Yeah. So this is what the Bayo 2 outfit is supposed to look like, not what I had going on in the Bayonetta 1 playthrough. The reason for that is because, for some reason, the weird, like, her hair situation that's, like, flowing down like that, just doesn't work for Bayonetta 1. Like, it's always, like, 10 feet in the air above her at all times. And, like, I don't know if there's, like, a way to fix it or whatever, but I just didn't feel like putting in the effort.
There should be another Bayonetta spinoff.
I mean, there's only one right now.
Yeah, I'm saying there should be another.
Okay. There should be a Cutie J spinoff.
Yeah!
We've waited long enough. The children crave more cutie honey in their life.
What genre would you make it?
My brain is yelling like turn-based RPG, but my heart is telling me, nah, make it like a Devil May Cry action game. Devil May Cry specifically, not Bayonetta. There's a difference. Devil May Cry, as stylish as it is like medium pace compared to Bayonetta fast pace.
Yeah, you gotta... I feel like if you're gonna do that, you should probably commit and make an action game.
Yeah.
Save that. Save that. You could probably get away with a roguelike.
You could. This is, yeah. Like, the thing about Cutie J is that, like, she's got to only have one weapon. It's got to be the red lightsaber that she has, because it's described as, like, her weapon.
Yeah.
Right?
Also,
Oh.
in that video, there was one roguelike game. For fighting game. Do you know which one it is?
I think I know of it. What is it?
Blaze Blue Entropy Effect.
That's right. That game exists.
Uh-huh.
Did she say if she thought it was good or not?
Well, she doesn't have a whole lot of experience with roguelikes, but for what it is, she normally wouldn't criticize it because it's an early access game, but you have to pay money to play it. So if you pay money, you get to be criticized. Cool.
Yes.
But she said it seemed fun. She doesn't have a whole lot of experience with it, but she has a fear that when this game comes out, they're gonna put microtransactions
Oh,
in
absolutely.
it. Oh yeah, like I feel like it's gonna happen. Her main complaint, it's not with the characters. The characters look and control great. Her complaint is that and I kind of agree with it, looking at them back and forth.
Yeah.
Is that the stages don't feel very Blaze Blue.
Ooh.
It feels like a standard Neo Tokyo style.
Yeah.
It's like that, which, yeah, sure, for one Blaze Blue stage, sure, but like there's not a whole lot else that matches aesthetically with the characters, which is a shame because the characters control really well.
Feels like they took the characters from Blaze Blue and put them in Ghostwire Tokyo.
She also does talk about the Blaze Blue visual novels briefly, like the one that S came from. And she just thought it was cool that a character like those games aren't great; they're not great visual novels, but it's cool that they are technically canon, and that's where S came from.
Yeah. Talk about a rainstorm.
Run soon. Gather at the clock tower. We
Hell
must
yeah.
defend it with all our strength. You?
Kiss, damn it.
No. For once, I say no, for reasons that the game will explain in a moment. I was gonna say like, oh, I love her, and then say her name, but then I realized, oh, that might be giving the game away as to who she is. You know, some people whose gaming opinions I care about were like complaining years ago about how Bayo 2 having the Umbran Climax, which is basically like a double trigger, makes the game too easy. And I'm like, yeah, but these games should be a little bit easier.
Yeah, did you play Bayo 1?
Bayo 1's, like, at worst, unforgiving. Look.
So, like,
Yeah.
she does talk about, like, she tries to review all the games she does cover pretty fairly in that video.
Yeah. There's a lot,
like,
though.
Like, yeah, there's a lot. She says, like, yeah, Final Fight Streetwise isn't a great game. In a world full of amazing games and shit games only, it's very middle of the road.
Yeah.
It could have been neat, but it's just it just gets old really fast. And then Death by Degrees could have been cool, but unfortunately just missed the mark. Like, one of the few games she says is as bad as everyone says it is were the old Sub-Zero or MK Mythology games. Like Sub-Zero Mythologies and Jack's Special Forces.
God.
Those games are as bad as they say.
Man, everyone talks about Sub-Zero. No one talks about the Jax one.
Oh yeah, no, because the Jax one's even worse.
Yeah.
Like, the Sub-Zero one is really bad, but at least it has hammy cutscenes.
It's also got the first in-game representation of Quan Chi.
And Shinnok. And
And
Fujin.
Shinnok and Fujin. This is correct. I forgot.
That's where Serena came from, yeah. But, like, no. Special Forces is a piece of poop.
Yeah. I love the first time I'd ever seen anything of Special Forces, and probably like the only time I've ever seen any gameplay was in the Machinima Best Friends video for like the Machinima one, not the playthrough that they did for Shaolin Monks. And like they rage quit, and it's they rage quit, and they're like, oh, it's Matt's like, oh, I have a game we could play, and it just is like a camera recording the TV of the Special Forces intro, and Pat's just like, why do you have this? Why? And it just fucking like distorts into like static, and like the video ends.
It's really funny how she talks about those two games, and then she goes like, so we're gonna go from the worst to the best. Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like Shaolin Monks is
180 it is.
Yeah, Shaolin Monks is exactly what like a fighting game beat 'em up should be.
Absolutely.
It's fun, it's got co-op, it's got like, you know, moments where you play the fighting game, it's got fatalities.
It's got good bosses, it has unlockable characters, really fun stuff.
Yeah. Oh, do the fatality.
It's a shame that, and I didn't know this, and apparently they were gonna make a sequel where you start out playing as Scorpion and Sub-Zero, but that's right when the time Midway had to shut down.
Ah, boo.
Boo.
Now they're owned by WB.
So we'll never get anything fun again.
Actually correct. WB just like actually.
And before Shadowrun comes at me. No, what I mean is We're never gonna get Mortal Kombat again.
Yes,
Or Motor Combat
yeah.
again. We're never gonna get shit like that again. It's never gonna get goofy again.
And the thing is,
I don't mean but the fatalities. No, you're misunderstanding me. They're never gonna get weird with it.
man,
There's too much money to get weird with it now.
It's funny because like that's not even like a WB thing. That's an Ed Boon wanting to be taken seriously thing.
Yep.
Oh man.
It's like, because can you fucking imagine Ed Boon being on stage at the Game Awards with the Dorito Pope saying like, "So here's my Tetris Mortal Kombat," and he's like, "Get off my stage."
Yeah.
Like, it's never gonna happen again.
Time to continue to ignore all the layoffs happening in the game industry because hey, check out this gaming fart box that I'm selling now. It's so
Like
funny.
the craziest thing in a fighting game right now that everyone's creaming their jeans over is just a fucking open world, hey, talk to the characters thing in Street Fighter 6.
There's also the Fall Guys thing in Grand Blue.
Yep. Like, get weird with it.
Yeah. You should be able to... This seems like, a little bit of a hyperbole, but I fully stand by my statement. You should be able to text characters in a video game the way that you do in Street Fighter 6 in the World Tour mode.
Did you see the newest one with Ed? It's kind of making me turn around on Ed a little bit, I'll be honest.
Yeah, like they're doing some stuff with Ed.
Yeah, like Ed texts you, it's like, "Hey man, do you know your way around this city? Can you help me out?" And the character and your character says like, "Not really." And he replies, "Jesus fucking Christ, what good are you?"
And Ultima, not Ultima, well, Ultima posted it, but someone pointed out it's like him saying that implies that there is a Jesus in the Street Fighter universe.
Oh yeah, Jesus is confirmed in Street Fighter, yeah.
Yeah. And then someone else is like, "Oh yeah, no, it's just Gil."
In the trend of SNK games I didn't know existed. Did you know that there was on the Neo Geo Pocket Color there was a fucking King of Fighters Mario Party game?
That sounds like something that would exist.
It's only 2-player, but like it's a really quick one. Like there's 30 turns, you can get through those in like 20 minutes.
Wow.
And there's like a lot of mini games, and they're really fun. It's and it's the Neo Geo Pocket Color sprites from all the characters had. Like there's Kyo, there's Terry, Benny, Daimon, Chizuru, Iori. You know, the heavy hitters.
Yeah. Who's the Bowser? Is the Bowser like...
Oh, I have no idea.
I like to think that the Bowser is Krauser.
I like that.
In actuality, it might just be like geese, which is still fitting.
So we couldn't possibly do that bless. There's a bunch of SNK. She mentions a bunch of SNK games throughout all the genres that she covers, but the unfortunate thing about most of them is that most of them are untranslated.
Yeah.
And the few that are usually translated to Spanish, not English.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That's why the Samurai Showdown one is so stand out. It was English translated just recently.
Yep.
That one also has a really neat feature where you can either do the traditional select on the menu to do the special move that your character has, or you can put in the fighting game input to do it.
Oh, that's cool, actually.
I don't think it does any more damage. I think it's just an option for you if you want to practice the inputs. But like,
yeah, it's not like Smash where it's like you do the input for bigger damage.
Yeah, I kind of wish that was in the game, but yeah.
How do I make the items? I want to make items. I have all these things I can use. Yeah, whatever. Oh god. Oh, I didn't make it. I have to go down. I wasn't going the right way. Thinking about the fucking volcano. Ow, the volcano stage in
The volcano.
yeah, the volcano stage in Wonderful 101, and how that's where you find the wonderful member that's Santa Claus.
My favorite, or like I'm just thinking about the volcano stage in Street Fighter 4 and how it's like the one stage in that game at a tournament where it's like no, stop, no. Like every other stage is legal for tournament play, but you do not go to Volcanic Rim.
But like, why? I don't remember what Volcanic Rim looks like.
It's just a volcano exploding in the background, right? And it's like the literal only reason you can't choose it is because it actually slows the game down too much.
Does it actually?
Like by a noticeable amount compared to the other stages. Like there's actual noticeable input lag.
Is that like Vanilla 4 on console, or is that like?
Now when I say noticeable for like pros,
Yes.
right? Normal people probably won't notice, but pros did notice.
Yes. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I have to like actually double jump onto him.
Yeah.
I had no clue what I was supposed to do. Oh man. See, if this were Bayonetta 1, falling into the lava at any time would just be an instant game over. You die. And I'm thankful it's not the case this time around.
See, a pool of lava will kill Bayonetta instantly. And people want to argue that Heihachi's still alive. Get the fuck out of here.
That's the thing people forget, like, a lot when it comes to, like, their favorite thing, power scaling. Is that, for as busted as Bayonetta is, she's still human. Like,
Yep.
things can kill her. She's just, you know, almost immortal and can
Like she's
shrug off most
she's-
damage.
You know what she is? She's hyper competent.
Yes.
Like she's like when you're on the level that you killed gods on the regular, you're insane.
Yeah.
Like it takes a lot more to kill you.
Uh-huh. But, like, you know...
Bayonetta's on that level.
Yes. However, she can still just die from getting stabbed. Dante, on the other hand, not so much.
Well, do you know what she can't get killed by? A giant stomping on her.
Yeah.
She turns into like a little paper, like 2-dimension, and then she pops back into place.
Yeah.
So it's like a weird middle ground with her. It's like, yeah, she can be stabbed and like die in a lava pool, but she doesn't turn into street pizza when she gets stomped on by a giant. She just does like a Tex Avery and she's fine.
You know what game does something like that, where it's like realistically a character who suffers a mortal wound should die, but in gameplay not really. Yakuza loves doing that.
Well, it's all over the place in games. Like Sonic's killed gods, but like he can't fall down too far.
Yeah.
Don't fall down that chasm or you're dead. Now go kill this giant lizard monstrosity in space.
Or this giant lizard monstrosity in the world made of water.
Because like when people did the Smash Brothers, who's the strongest character in canon in the Smash Brothers in Smash Ultimate, right? And the first names that they would always mention would be like Kirby, Palutena, Bayonetta, Rosalina. You know who was never far behind in that discussion after those names? Sonic.
Yeah.
Sonic's cracked.
I
That's
think
why Mario versus Sonic has always been really funny to me.
Yeah.
It's like, if Sonic's trying, it's not close.
actually, yes. I think my favorite of those conversations is who's the weakest character in canon, because it's stuff like, oh, you know, it's like any of the weird characters that, like, anyone who doesn't have powers and has like accomplished things,
Like Alf
yeah,
or the Wii Fit Trainer.
yeah, because like these are just like normal people. Little Mac doesn't count because, you know, he is an athlete.
Yes.
I don't remember who like it makes up the rest of the list. I remember the number one like weak, actually in canon weakest character is Isabelle.
Yeah, because she's not a fighter.
Yes, she is a dog.
I mean, the villager's also not a fighter, but like,
Yeah.
he's
Olimar?
No, talking about the villager, the Animal Crossing. Also, hello.
Hi, what about Olimar? He can't fight.
I mean, he has Pikmin do the fighting. He's smart.
yeah, but
Does he have access to the Pikmin?
It's we're not doing the fucking power scaling. It's like, does he have all the Chaos Emeralds with him?
I love that. I love that angel looked at both of those and was like, oh no.
Well, I'm boned. My meant is this Tenkaichi rules, whatever this discussion is.
The discussion was like, I was talking about like how whenever people be like, who's the strongest character in Smash Brothers Ultimate in canon? Who's canonically the strongest? And I thought, like, because like the names that always come up first is like, it's always like Kirby, Palutena, Bayonetta, Rosalina. And I was like, you know who's never far behind in this discussion after those names? Sonic.
I'd put Sephiroth up there.
Well, you know,
we had
now.
to add
Yeah,
now.
these discussions were had like when the game first released, before DLC.
No service.
Yeah.
Hair doesn't count.
Sephiroth would absolutely be up there now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where would Sora rank?
Oh, Sora's like way high up there.
Mm-hmm.
Sora can rewrite time,
Yeah.
basically.
And like that's a big reason why people would always also rank Shulk pretty highly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Shulk's also a god killer.
Yeah, like as soon as you're a god killer, you have to be up high on the list.
Yep.
Because no matter how your universe defines what a god is, it's always a gigantic accomplishment.
What is a god if not a person who got too powerful for his peers to kill?
What is a god to a non-believer?
There is like a really good piece of magic flavor text on this card called Illusionist Bracers. It's this thing you put on your creature, and if it has an ability to activate, it duplicates it. And the flavor text reads, "It's easy to believe you're a god when you're twice as strong as everyone else."
Oh, that's good. Also, I love, speaking of flavor text, I love this one because like I was just scanning
Sharingan jewelry.
I was just scanning my amiibos. This one, like the other ones, were the 3 Smash ones. This one's the Cat Peach for 3D World, and it's like special delivery from the Mushroom King. Even with all the golf, tennis, and go-karting, these folks remember their manners. Got some tea I picked up in Kyoto. Wouldn't mind splitting with them. And I like that. That's cute.
That's really cute. I like that.
Especially because I'm pretty sure...
Imagine...
Ooh.
Can you imagine Rodin sitting there having tea with Peach?
I can't imagine it. Peach is just sitting there being all nice and polite, being like, she's like, in my mind, headcanon, I imagine her as like 5'6". Meanwhile, Rodon's like 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
And like all like Peach is being nice and polite, having a good time. All the toads are like in the hallway looking on in fear as they just see the horrible demon aura that's coming from Rodan.
This bronze god that's just having tea with their princess.
Anyway, the witch hunts. Oh, cool. The Mecca.
Way cooler than it has any right to be.
Yeah. Because when you think like ancient Mecca, you don't think this.
Yeah, the Lumen Witches had junior mobile suits.
Say Lumen Witches?
Umber Witch.
Umber Witch, yeah.
Yeah.
Not the Lumen Sages.
I mean, who knows what
look,
the
my
Lumen Sages have?
look, my brain not in the right place.
That's fair. I only asked because I was like, oh, Lumen Witch. Is there something you know that we don't?
Yeah, Maxi's friends with
Camilla.
Bayo's designer, yeah. I was not Camilla, no. Maxi would not be friends with Camilla.
It's the other one, the lady, who the character designer.
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
My,
I know a lot of witches.
my brain wants to say Mai Kitamura, but that's not her name. My something.
My Kujaku.
My Valentine? Nah.
My Shiranui?
Nah, not.
Nihon Ichi.
I love that you said My Kitamura, and I was like, My Valentine? No.
I said Kujaku, her Japanese name.
Yes, exactly.
My Bloody Valentine.
My Chemical Romance?
My money and I need it now?
If you have long-term payments and you need cash now.
My life and it's now and never. I ain't gonna live forever.
I just wanna live my life. I'm like, I know the song. I am not putting any effort.
You are so focused on this.
I really am.
Yeah. Make a Hinako spinoff.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we were talking about
Like
the
the Athena spinoff.
Make specifically me happy.
Yes. Earlier we were talking about this fighting game YouTube person, Babe Ruthless, who made a hour-long video talking about various fighting game spin-offs that are not fighting games.
Yeah, non-fighting
Did
game.
they mention the Athena spinoff? That was like a Resident Evil game.
No, because the Athena game came first. So it's not really a spin-off.
No, she means like the one that's like a survival horror type game.
Oh, that one. Oh, no, she didn't mention that one. I think she did a separate video on that one. If it wasn't her, someone else did. I know someone's talked about that game in length.
I would buy that game and then I would play that game on Twitch.
I was selling a game that Cheese should play on stream because it was recently translated into English. It's the Samurai Showdown RPG.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, I had seen that got translated, and it did pique my interest.
There's another game that recently got translated. And I'm gonna find the name of it.
But earlier we were talking about how, like, speaking of spin-offs, we were saying like, oh, there should be another Bayonetta spinoff similar to the one that just came out with little Babby Bayo. And I floated the idea of like make a Jean spinoff, but it's based on her like Cutie J superhero persona.
Yeah.
And I specifically said the kids yearn for more cutie honey media.
We surmised that it would either be like a DMC style action game or it would be like a roguelike.
Yeah. And I'm saying it again. The difference between a DMC type of action game and a Bayonetta action game is that like DMC is like medium pace compared to this.
Garbage, Bad Dream Adventure.
That's the game.
I mean, Garage, Bad Dream Adventure.
I mean,
I'm
Garbage
just
Bad
mixed.
Dream Adventure does sound like a game that would exist.
Don't make fun of my dyslexia.
I'm sorry,
I'll
but
cry.
like, you know, the title
not
Garbage
making
Bad
fun of
Dream
it.
Adventure it sounds fun.
I'm not making fun of it, but it is funny.
It is a funny title.
The thing you
Please, the
said was,
tears are welling up as we speak.
no, I love you. I love you. But the thing you said was humorous.
Yes.
My eyes are all watery and wobbly like an anime girl.
Your eyes did the little
Wait. You're not an anime girl?
Well, my immersion's broken.
Sorry, but I'm sorry for all the anime janai.
You're
Honto no koto-sa.
I love animation. It's so funny.
I can't believe my friend is 3D. Ugh.
Unlike dissubscribe.
Yeah, 3D's nuts.
We have fun here.
Welcome to the stream, everybody.
Yeah. Also, hello, welcome back, Shadowrun. He was out for a bit. Thoughts on the Human Centipede remake coming? I don't believe that exists.
What are your thoughts? It's like I have none.
Yeah. I've only ever watched the first one, and the first one is kind of whatever.
Yeah, 'cause,
You
like, the first
are
one,
the
whole idea-
middle piece. Da 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 da.
It's like with the whole thing with the first one. It's like, oh, that's gross.
Yeah, and that's it.
Wait, now what?
It's gross, and it's also cheap. They literally only had like one location.
Yeah.
Instead, I would recommend Red Flag. Red Flags by Tom Cardy.
Ooh.
Hey, do you want like a gross horror movie that actually has a point? Watch The Bay.
Ooh.
It's a movie about a sea fungus that spreads to land, and it's disgusting.
Oh, cool. Everyone loves fungus.
You know what they say about fungus?
They're fun guys.
It's Among
It's-
Us.
Don't steal my punchline. It's Among Us.
Do the thing.
Now you gotta play the. Now you gotta play the noise
Okay. Had to
in
make
the
sure
middle of this
nothing was happening.
complicated fight sequence.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
gotta be more on the ball than that, Cheese.
Yeah. Fuck me for
Are you on the ball?
playing the video game.
Get on the ball.
Okay.
She does talk about the one Virtua Fighter spinoff called Virtua Quest,
Oh.
and it was by far one of her least favorite games on the list
Oh,
because
no.
it was kind of boring. And I'm like,
Oh.
so I continue to be correct. Virtua Fighter, it's got no soul.
No sauce. What did she say about like what were her feelings about Overture?
It's interesting. It's interesting
Yeah.
because it's one of those things where it's very clearly a product of compromise.
Yeah.
Because you could tell that the creators wanted to do more with the idea, but they couldn't use characters since it's like a direct sequel to the first one. They can't use a whole lot of characters from like XX
Uh-huh.
or X2 or whatever. So, and they also can't use sprites that they've used, so they can't recycle any assets. It has to be all from the ground up 3D. So
Yeah.
their options were very limited. But she also hasn't played enough Dynasty Warriors type games to know if this is like a good one of that style or not.
Ooh.
Like she's played a few, but she's not like an expert on the genre or anything.
You know who she should consult then?
Uh-huh.
James Stephanie Sterling.
I don't even know if like they've even played like Persona 5 Strikers because like, you know, I'm pretty sure it came out like after Dynasty Warriors 9 where they kind of just fell off the Warriors formula.
I don't know if Babe Ruthless wants to pay the insufferability tax that comes with Stephanie Sterling.
Ooh.
And I'm saying that lovingly.
Yes.
She's kind of greedy.
Forced to play a clip of their wrestling match.
Forced to have JPEGs of the She-Ra show in the background in every video.
I think that's like one of their editors doing that.
Stephanie has to be one of their worst jokes, in air quotes, which is just putting their face on some object and like, okay, so
oh yeah, no, that was
butt now, and
okay, so that's
I'm
because
here, and I'm Tracer's butt, and that's all I gotta say.
okay,
and
so
then I talk
that thing
about nothing for 30 more seconds, and then continue with the journalism.
So I can explain that because I've seen a few of
can you?
those. The reason for that, where they just have like their face like superimposed on a thing, is because like at some point before filming, they had a wrestling match and took a few hits to the face, and like no amount of makeup can hide that. So
Then narrate over stock footage.
but then like they gotta get their face in there though.
They don't even talk about any of the journalism in that bit. They're just like awkward cattywampus.
Yeah, that's an intro. It's so like, you know, I don't know what I'm saying. I don't care enough. Cause like it's clear I've seen some stuff you've seen.
I care
not enough.
immensely.
All right. I see. Whoa.
I haven't played Bayonetta 2 since the month it was released.
Uh-huh.
Wait, I remember now. Never mind.
Yeah, now you remember who that is.
I know who it is. I'm just like, were they supposed to be with you?
Yes.
Or is this like a New Game Plus thing?
No. The New Game Plus would be
Like, yeah, I remember you go back in time and that's like your mom.
Yeah.
Boom!
It's funny. I was like hiding the fact that it's Bayo's mom, and
I mean, it's kind of obvious.
it is
sorry.
kind of obvious. But like Flaw didn't know, so when she showed up and they were like doing a cool fight thing together, he was immediately like, "Yes, damn it!" And I was like, "Oh no!" Normally I'd say yes, but not this time.
No, they should still kiss. I don't care.
It's all right.
I'm gonna have to call the incest police now. Sorry. They're gonna make you blow up in a car covered in hammers, so then blow up
Covered in
the times.
It's not gay. It's masturbation.
But no, it's actually her mom. It's not like Cereza being like, "Oh, mommy," even though it's just her. No, this
That
is
whole thing's confusing on its own.
yeah,
right?
but no, this is like actually her mom though.
Okay, okay.
Look, that Cereza was just time lost.
Yes, it's like a weird time loop thing. She's
like-
like a time
I can't
clock.
wait for I can't
It's
wait
like
for
the
all the
adept-
alternate Bayos that we saw in Bayo 3 to be time lost.
Yeah.
It's like the adept weapons you can get from the Vault of Glass Master Vault of Glass.
I know what
And that
that's
doesn't mean
referring to.
anything because no one in this call plays Destiny.
I was gonna say, it's like, I know what that is, totally. Absolutely. But you should explain to everyone else who doesn't know.
So,
I have all this knowledge for a game I don't care about anymore.
so like Bayonetta 4 is gonna open and she's in hell and she's suffering, and then Dante comes to save her, but it's not Dante Devil May Cry, it's Dante's Inferno video game.
Oh my god. Fucking Platinum Games cross EA. The crossover no one was hoping for.
It's like, we're still... Scalebound might be cancelled, but we're still in talks with EA.
Matt McMuscles alone would cream his jeans.
Yeah. Because, like, I gotta actually, like, play Dante's Inferno to the end. Because, like, it has, like, stuff that interests me. But, like, fuck, man, I couldn't get through it, like, the first time I played it.
No, what Bayonetta 4 would be? It'd be Bayonetta, reading a brief summary of Bayonetta 3, like out of a book. And then cuss her sitting in a chair. She closes the book, throws over her. Well, that was a load of shit.
I think they use our likeness. Should we sue? At the butt.
Out the butt.
Yeah, we should sue.
No, we're gonna get a sue. Gonna get a
No,
sue.
it's you.
That's it! Sued! Flock off, Featherface!
So you know what she does talk about briefly, even though it wasn't translated? The visual novel King of Fighters Kyo.
Oh,
And she
Kyo.
says, I really want to see this one get translated someday because there's a lot of these side characters that I want to know more about. Like Kyo's cool, hot motorcycle chick cousin, Aoi Kusanagi.
that
who-
sounds
who has-
cool.
Who has
Hey,
purple and
hey,
green flames.
Hey, you got a picture of this girl?
Yes.
I need to see it immediately.
Alright, give me a second. I'll find it.
Something about hot motorcycle cousin, like, intrigues her. Purple and green flames.
Well, I'm on the verge of being a hot motorcycle aunt, so...
Okay.
I'm just missing...
The motorcycle.
Yeah, I'm two out of 3 steps complete.
You don't have the helmet or the skin tight suit.
Yeah, that's the thing. You need
mean,
this. Like, you really
that's-
do need the skin tight suit.
It's crucial.
This,
Golden Boy taught
hey,
me
this
that.
might surprise you, but I do.
you said Golden Boy taught me this. I thought you were gonna say, like, Chizuru taught me this.
Well, Chizuru too, yeah.
Yeah.
So here she is.
I made a discovery.
Yep.
So, the thing is,
Yes.
hang on, I need a...
Finish your thought.
Hang on, I need to find the right picture. Fuck is it?
Oh, okay, bye. Just gone.
You see, here's the problem, Flaw. I recognize that skin tight suit.
Yeah.
The symbol of the Umbran Way. No!
It's in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds.
Oh yeah, it's Aki. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's a. Yeah, it's pretty similar. I wonder if there were any KOF fans on the 5D staff. Yeah, they're on the Smash stage.
Yeah.
That's where this is from, the Smash game.
And nowhere else.
Nowhere else.
It's very interesting.
Cool idea.
It's very interesting that they started the series with Bayonetta 2 and there's no first game ever.
Here's a better look at her suit.
Yeah. Man, they did her so dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's every female character in the Yu-Gi-Oh series.
Like,
what do you expect?
actually, also true. Like I haven't even seen much of 5Ds, and I know that they did her dirty.
They really just shot Carly and dropped her in a unmarked ditch.
I was fixed to say
because
if you
of
didn't
her
get
voice
Carly, I
actress.
was going to.
Because of her voice actress and that can of worms.
I don't even know who her voice actress was.
She was a cult member.
A
real life cultist.
Wait. Was she freaking... What's her name? Lois Lane Smallville?
No, like in Japanese.
Oh, okay. The Japanese voice actress. Okay.
Yeah, the Japanese voice actor, like.
Okay, I thought it was like the English voice actress.
Yeah, no, there's a huge cult problem in Japan.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, love. Kind of miss a bit there. Little one. Here to guide you as always. Someone sent you back 500 years, it seems.
When are... Okay, I was gonna say, like, when are game characters ever gonna acknowledge, like, hey, how come you're different? You changed your clothes. You're acting mysterious. What's up with that?
Hey, you're not modeled with those. What happened?
Never mind that.
The only game I can think of that actually did something like that is like Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, where Mario loses his body, and
I must be rid of
the party members are like, "Wow, Mario, you're talking a lot more than usual."
what they have. I want back what is mine. The eyes of the world.
One of my favorite gags in a video game ever
The other me escape to the future.
was... I know I've mentioned this before,
Uh-huh.
Eliminated, my dear.
but I really love it, and I want more people to play that game.
Yes.
It's not possible without going back to the 360 PS3 era, but in Ultimate Alliance 2,
Oh,
Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2, on the Wakanda level,
Oh.
you're basically following Black Panther through Wakanda while fending off like these cyber-corrupted soldiers and
Uh-huh.
shit. And there's a stage sequence, like when you get halfway through the stage, there's like a loading screen sort of sequence, right, where these helicopters fly on screen and drop more enemies for you to fight.
yeah.
And if you have Deadpool in your party, when that happens, right before the helicopters come on screen, he says, "You know what this game needs? More helicopters."
Okay. Very late in the series, Carly's Season 1 voice actress, Li Mei Chong, was discovered to be a member of the Roma Sophie Association, a self-proclaimed psychic cult that was at the time under investigation by Japanese authorities due to the cult leader and his wife physically abusing a member who'd been forced into servitude. This led to her being fired. And her whole Jack and her whole romance thing with Jack being dropped for a fucking love rhombus.
Love Rhombus.
Because they're three girls.
Yeah.
Her, the fucking cop chick, and this coffee barista. And
See-
Jack.
See, like,
Not a love triangle, a rhombus of confusion.
see, It may not be the kosher word to use. You could just say it's a harem.
He doesn't like any of them.
That's what makes it entertaining, though.
Oh, so it's Blaze Blue.
Yes. The best, most entertaining harems are when the guy involved only likes one of them or none of them.
Even though the Dark Center arc, Jack literally says, "I want to rescue you, the girl I love," to Carly in their duel, and I'm like,
well,
so
okay,
mad.
yeah, okay, we've been over this, right? We've been over this. 99% of love triangle and love quadrangle, whatever, like love issue problems, most of them can be solved by just have a polycule and be done with it.
Yeah. The problem is that like
They're all straight.
Monogamy.
the only
Problem is
real
all the
problem
girls
is
are
that like
straight.
people aren't like woke enough
Well-
to do it.
Yeah.
well, no, Carly's the only one who's bi.
I can't marry all three of them. That's bigamy. No, son, that's bigamy.
That's really funny.
Winter, tell my husbands.
I don't
I
even know.
request a satanic funeral.
Oh man.
Man, old
forgot about
classic Futurama was really on top.
Yeah.
You can crush me, but you can't crush my spirit.
Ah, my spirit.
Our request a satanic funeral.
Oh jeez. I had forgotten all about that.
One of the best one-off characters,
Honestly.
if not the best.
Excuse me, my dear.
There's also that mermaid princess from the underwater city.
Yeah.
Well, you see, I was in love with her, but I wasn't in love with her. Oh,
Trouble
it's
in bed.
Trouble in bed. Mm-hmm.
Now who's going to escort me to the debutante ball? Well, how about that rich young dugong from Macon?
My man witch.
No, my house. How could this happen?
Oh, that's
that
where I
was
very
left
good
Mr.
question.
How is it even scientifically possible?
There's my cigar. That just raises further questions.
That was it.
I remember everything.
Stop yelling, Ben. You're gonna scare away the fish. All right. Good luck, Fry.
You can take this anti-pressure pill. I
I
can't,
can't swallow that.
Good news.
Golden,
It's a
good news.
suppository.
Classic episode. One of the greatest.
It's my trump card.
Ocean Madness. I don't have Ocean Madness.
Girls passing out in front of me I'm used to. But this is unbelievable. Well, I guess it beats addicting toddlers to lollipops.
Well, this is so much for stealing. This is nothing like stealing candy from a baby, which I've done quite a few times.
This is like taking candy from a baby, which is fine by me.
What was that? What was that TV show where it's like someone was actually stealing candy from a baby and then they punched the baby in the...
Oh, that
show
was
too?
a bit in Robot Chicken.
That was it.
Cause like it's like best fights, best one-sided
Best
fights
one-sided.
caught on film.
I like how Shadow the Hedgehog is perfectly fine with taking candy from a baby, but Akuma would not.
Yes. No, Akuma wouldn't punch a baby.
No, he says
Oh, I thought it
like,
was punch a baby.
this is like taking candy. That was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Not that I'd ever do that.
Yeah.
No, Akuma would rather hit that baby with his Ultra 2 Fist of Kindness.
Shungoku Satsu the baby.
No, Fist of Kindness. It's
Ca-
good Akuma.
Casually.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah!
That one.
Good Akuma. Fist of
Good
Kindness.
Akuma.
Looking with his little kitty.
Casually massages the baby.
George Lucas Ashura Senku, performing Ashura Senku towards J.J. Abrams.
I remember that. Wait.
I can do an Ashura Senku. Slides into your DM. How dare you?
You saw the emblem on his forehead. He's the one you're really after.
What?
We need to get back to my tongue. We can open a portal from here.
Didn't you just know how to do that?
Yeah, she's cool like that.
I don't think it's exactly like the. Okay, I don't think it's exactly like Chaos Control, but sure.
You assume Bayonetta needs the Chaos Emeralds to perform Chaos Control?
I mean, the word chaos is like in
You
the
mean
name.
the Chaos Emerald?
Exactly.
Dimensional portal is opening. We need to get back to my time.
Dimensional.
Dimensional.
Please take care of Cereza. Our dear sweet child will awaken to her potential. She will awaken to the eyes of
I like Good Boulder.
Rosa!
Yes, you like that he what?
No, that's a sentence.
Okay. You
I like Good Boulder. He's a good character.
Okay. It's funny because like you don't remember. The game does go out of its way to tell you why he turns evil.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
He sucks in the evil.
Yeah, the evil.
He sucks in the evil, and he sends himself back into time. He becomes the bad guy of the first game.
Yeah. Which is really interesting. Oh, hey, what's up?
Mommy.
And it's really interesting that this game actually starts like past the first like, oh, you're falling down a place, you gotta beat up some angels. Like the game starts with a cutscene where you just see Baldur just actually dying, and he's like, "Oh, evil, you're not getting out of me. We're fucking dying together." And I think that's cool. Sovereign the last chapter kind of snuck up on us out of nowhere. I gotta do this at some point. And you know, I wish that like the whole Easter egg where if you wear the Star Fox costume and you do the flying segment, you're an R-Wing. I wish it wasn't just the beginning of this level and then you're forced to stay in the Star Fox costume for the rest of it. Because, you know, I feel like you should have separated those.
Yeah.
Because
I get that.
it's like, oh man, I can't wait to see like, oh, we're doing the Star Fox thing with and then you can drop the bombs and everything. Oh, it's cool. What do you mean I'm fighting the final boss?
We're in my time. But there's not a moment to explain. We need to get to the sacred mountain now.
What is upon the mountain?
I don't know. But it's
Upon
where
us?
who created the eyes of the world once lived. And now someone
Upon us. It's among us, but like played with skin cells.
How can we reach that place? We are in Vigrid.
Along us.
Time to jump.
Around us.
That wasn't a request. Go!
Have you lost your sanity?
Above
Sanity is a
us.
requirement for us.
Inside us.
Beneath us.
Oh, hey, Jean.
Just got a jet.
And your kind are?
kind of witches you don't fuck with. I have to admit, I like you much better.
Oh shit!
You actually shut up and follow directions.
I do what I choose. Tell me, how do you know my name?
Don't worry
It's,
about it.
Just the name I heard that witch, the one you called Rosa, call out to you. Anyway, this should get us to Finland.
I like that the reveal that
I would not be so sure.
that this is Baldur, her dad,
My mom.
doesn't really like bother her. It's like, oh yeah, I could tell that's you.
If they can get along, we can as well.
He literally looks like the Baldur she was fighting last game, so
Yeah.
At least until the encroachment.
just younger and not like
Well,
fucked up.
here's Mom.
You know, you could have said evil. Fucked up is a better thing to use.
He
Jet
did
fighter
physically look-
assault.
Let's go.
He did look physically fucked up.
I like that the shoot button. It's not press these to shoot. It's press these to shoot. Oh, these are inverted
Like he-
controls.
Like Bayonetta 1 Baldur had like the evil Sith veins on his skin.
Yes. Uh huh. He looked.
So he looked fucked up.
He looked as white as like whiteouts that you use on your essays.
As Emperor Palpatine after he cell-phoned himself
Yeah.
against Mace Windu.
Uh huh.
I'm too weak.
So close.
Is that all you've got? So close. Is that all you've got?
Ow. Just-
Is that all you've got?
Oh.
I guess you're good for something.
What? You know what? Sure, I'm kneecapping the thing, the pacing. Yeah. That's the controls. Yeah. I thought if I hit ZL, it would count as a dodge. I was wrong.
You okay over there?
Oh, we got the demons here too. All right, time for one of Cheese's extremely tangentially related hot takes. You know what movie people didn't appreciate? I say, even though I know it's got problems, but you know, people kind of overblow those problems. No
Sky
one.
Captain in the World of Tomorrow.
I mean, obviously, that's that's not what I'm talking about. But you're right.
What movie, Cheese?
Thank you for asking. I'm talking about an MCU movie.
Yeah, which one?
Specifically, I'm talking about
Captain Marvel?
No,
It
well,
better
I
not
mean,
be Quantumverse.
No, what? Oh God, I haven't even seen that. I wouldn't even know.
I thought it was Quantumania.
It's
Quantumania, whatever the fuck it's called.
exactly
The
like
stupidest looking MODOK ever.
yeah. No, I'm talking about. I say oh my God, it's this dude too. I say tangentially related because there is a set piece in that movie that's similar to this one. I'm talking about Doctor Strange 2.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Go on.
I feel like people didn't appreciate the Sam Raimi weirdness.
Oh, you mean Multiverse of Madness? I love that movie.
Yeah, exactly. But like, it was one of those movies where it's like people let like a few problems that they had sour their opinion on the whole thing.
I'll be honest, it's the only post-Infinity War MCU movie I like.
Not even.
What about Spider-Man 3?
Yeah. What about Spittersman?
I didn't see it.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he had the same problems with it as I did.
Maybe.
But as
I
soon
also
as the
didn't
Sam
see it.
Raimi bollock showed up, I was like, fuck yeah, let's go!
Yeah. Like, there's some people who rightfully are like, it feels like they kind of kneecapped the Sam Raimi stuff. And, you know, that's a fair argument because, you know, Sam Raimi can get really fucking weird. And, like, you gotta make it palatable to a fucking audience of modern day people.
Yeah, you gotta make the normies like it.
But, like, I feel like there's enough Sam Raimi in there to make it fun and enjoyable.
Oh, 100%.
Then there was all the stuff they did with the Scarlet Witch that made all the Elizabeth Warren fans upset.
Yeah, that's a whole other can of worms.
Very intelligent of me to connect people who like the Scarlet Witch with people who would vote for Elizabeth Warren.
I don't even, like... You said vote? I didn't even know until you said vote that was a politician. That name has totally escaped my brain for years.
Trump destroyed the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, dude. Like, hasn't she been through enough?
We're here, kid. Right on the front door of that temple you were so damn determined to get to. Not sure if they're gonna roll out the red carpet for
I just had a concept for, like, a character in an animated show or movie that is based on a joke only me and, like, 5 other people will get. I want, like, a character in some animated show or movie to be a Hispanic character, or not Hispanic character, a white character voiced by Tom Kenny, who's doing, like, a Hispanic accent. And their thing is like, oh, I was, like, raised in a Mexican family. The reason why no one will understand is because, I don't know if people know, Tom Kenny's brought on to voice, like, a lot of, like, Hispanic or Hispanic adjacent characters in things. Like, the most popular one, to my knowledge, is Raymundo's Shaolin Showdown. Yeah. Yeah, you forget.
I'll take care of this, Cereza. Hurry to the temple.
Raymundo
Not
is from Rio de Janeiro.
Exactly, yeah. That's why I said Hispanic or Hispanic adjacent. It is a South American accent, is what they're like, hey, you gotta do it.
Raymundo is absolutely the best character in that show.
He became the leader by the end of the original Shaolin Showdown.
Yeah, because he earned it.
Yeah.
He was the real protagonist. Omi's just a little shithead.
Omi's the mascot. Raimundo's the main character.
Yes. like
if
Omi
Omi's
gets
the
to
mascot,
be
then what's
it-
Dojo?
Jojo is not the mascot.
What
like-
is he?
He's a weirdo.
Yes, but like Omi's face gets to be on the logo of the show.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Second up is Jack Spicer.
Yes,
Jack Spicer, evil boy genius.
Jack
I'm
Spicer.
so upset. I'm so upset they never went with that original ending that they were gonna have for the show.
Where he was the fifth monk and he was
Yeah.
it was gonna be metal.
He was the fifth. He was gonna be the dragon of metal.
Oh, that's cool, actually.
Yeah.
Now I'm retroactively upset.
Yep.
No, he would have been the sixth because Dojo was the fifth with Soot.
Shut up.
That's funny.
Wait, you don't like that episode?
I mean, like, it's a funny joke. It's not like that's official.
What's the name of the
It
kid
should
from New
be.
York that he was like an unofficial monk?
Jerome.
Jerome. Yeah.
Yeah.
They should have done something. with Jerome.
There were plans for him to join too, but they never came to fruition.
Instead, they had him join Chase Young for a bit. And then I think he went to train with Monk Master Guan.
Yeah.
I didn't even reach.
Well, Monk Master Guan, I thought you gave me your spear. Yes, but that's spear number 37, my favorite. I got number 37. And then Raimundo stands around like, I got number 37. I got number 30. I got 37. I got 37.
I was holding the wrong button.
And Raimundo totally pushed Omi's shit in with fancy feet. That was cathartic.
Remember Shaolin Chronicles?
No.
Yeah,
Didn't watch it.
exactly. No one did.
Yeah.
The shit idea.
They did the thing that every Tara Strong show does and introduce a new character, also voiced by Tara Strong, who's like a baby version of some other character.
God, I hate that.
It's weird that it happens so many times that it's a trope now. And it's always specifically Tara Strong.
Why is it like this?
It's like saying Timmy Turner had to share his fairly. It's like saying Timmy Turner had to share Cosmo Mono with another kid, and it was this spunky girl.
So there's a funny thing about that. I never watched any of the Chloe episodes. That's her name. But it's like the only reason why it's like, oh, you got to share your fairies with her, Timmy, is because, like, you know, the episode establishes, oh, she's like a perfect child. She's like the world's greatest child ever. Everyone loves her.
Why does she need Fairly Odd Parents?
The reason is because her, like, unlike Timmy's parents, her parents are never actually around, and like it's made her like really lonely, and like she turns to shitty Care Bear type shows to like teach her about things.
Timmy's parents are also never there.
They're more there than hers.
I mean, they're there, but they don't give a shit, and they always forget his name. We never forget your birthday, Tommy.
But they
Like,
do remember his birthday, though.
Timmy's dad.
Timmy's
dad cares more about hating Dinkelberg than loving Timmy.
And eggnog.
Which is funny because hating Dinkelberg stops being a thing after they don't write off Dinkelberg. They just like stop using him.
Oh, boo.
Yeah. Well, mostly because like the whole Dinkelberg feud like comes to a head where Dinkelberg's like, "Oh, I know that like your dad hates me, Timmy, and that's why I have this." And it's like a fucking bat cave full of stuff, and it's supposed to be like, oh no, Dinkelberg is actually like a evil villain man, but that's only for Timmy's dad to see, so that he can feel vindicated. So he's just been playing along all this time.
This can't be all.
It's like that one comic that revealed that Alfred was actually Joker, so Bruce had
So
a dude to fight.
So I was gonna mention this earlier during an earlier cutscene when Balder was talking, because I know I recognize that voice actor.
Uh-huh.
That same voice actor voices the Planeswalker lines for Soren Markov in Magic Online or Magic Arena.
Ooh.
So he's like instead of being a several millennia old angel, he's a several millennia old vampire.
Cool.
The two of us were once a single being. However, this half said he would awaken humans to the truth of their existence. So he divided our divine power and our very souls in two. We should have become mere shells. But this
Did TMC5 rip off Bayonetta 2?
Nah. Mostly because the whole idea of the Yamatos keeping things split apart was introduced in Devil May Cry 3. Because it was like, no, 3? 4? One of those. Before this one. Because it's like, oh, the demon world and the human world are kept separated with the power of the Yamato. And if you activate it right, then you can totally connect them again.
But they both feature a good half, who's a British kid who uses powers connected to paper in some way. Book and cards.
V doesn't
Who
use
can
the
turn
book.
into animal.
V doesn't use the book, he just reads.
Also animals.
Well, to be fair, Bayonetta already introduced animals. Like in the first game.
Oh, as a mechanic.
Yes.
Oh, not
as
the
a
concept of animals. Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of things that introduce the concept of very basic things, can I just talk about Undead Unluck real quick?
You may.
So like, it's a stab. I guess it's a bit of a spoiler, but after they fail to complete a mission, Apocalypse gives them a punishment where they introduce the Yuma Galaxy into the world, and that creates space and stars and aliens, which means this universe did not have any of those until this moment. They also didn't have names for days before this either, which fucks me up. Like, how do you have months but you don't have the name of days?
Yeah, I feel like days will come first.
You know what March is, but you don't know what a Tuesday is.
Tuesday again, and just like Tuesday with a lot of question marks.
What the fuck is a Tuesday? And there's a scene earlier where, like, God damn it, Luca.
Don't worry, I got the kid. You've got my permission to show him your stuff, Bayonetta.
What on earth was that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
It's like, what the fuck?
There's a scene in an early episode of Undead where this girl that they gotta fight is introduced, and she's like painting a picture of the moon over a ocean, and Fuko joins her, and she draws what are obviously stars around it, and the woman's like, "What are those?" And Fuko's just like, "I don't know, I just felt like the moon was lonely up there."
Ooh, I like that.
It's like, they didn't have stars. Living in the Undead Unluck universe would be so fucked up.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
There's also this one other really problematic element.
Oh.
And I want to discuss you. So one of the rewards for completing these missions that Apocalypse gives them was unifying the languages of the entire world, so now everyone on Earth except for members of the Round Table speak English.
Is
I'm
it
like,
English or is it like some kind
yes,
of like
they all-
basic?
No, they all literally speak. Everyone on Earth now literally speaks English now. That's like you stop and think about it, and like, hey, that's kind of fucked up because language is kind of a big part of a lot of people's cultures.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, what's the alternative? Everybody speaks their native languages, but everybody understand each other for whatever reason. Like,
Yeah,
that's
like
what Tekken does, and it makes no fucking sense.
I mean, the Round Table has these emblems that they wear in the uniforms, which
Like,
translates everyone's words into English, into their own language for them.
I'm just saying, it's really fucking weird to like hear Heihachi speak full ass Japanese, Nina speak English, and Claudio speak Italian, all in the same scene.
Yeah. And like the game doesn't give any kind of explanation as to how they understand each other. It's just no, they just do.
I liked in Street Fighter 4 Vanilla, you could change the voice settings so to either make characters speak Japanese or English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just make all the. So I set E Honda to Japanese, and then going through his single player mode. And he's just speaking to everyone in Japanese, everyone else is in English. I'm like, this is so funny.
I only do that with like certain characters because it's in like the other games too, in like Ultra and the others.
Is there no option in Tekken to make everyone speak English? That's funny.
They all speak their mother tongue, but
that's funny.
When I played Ultra 4 for a while, there are a few characters that I did that for. All the Japanese characters, and I think I don't remember if I did that with Ken, because Ken technically is Japanese. He's
half American, half Japanese.
Yeah. It's why whenever like they have like in the early games when they have voice acting, he spoke Japanese.
The thing I forgot to mention. Oh, you weren't finished. Sorry.
Okay. The only exception to the like characters who are not Japanese who I am making speak Japanese, Rufus, which doesn't make him any less annoying. Can you imagine?
Rufus.
And El Fuerte, because I swear to God, I hate his English voice so much.
What, you don't like What, you don't like super dynamic cooking time?
Like it's just the voice acting for him specifically in English. I just don't
it would be bad. It would be bad in Mucha Lucha. That's how bad it is.
Like that because the problem isn't like, you know, they got a bad voice actor. It's that they told him to screech everything.
Yep.
Also,
I like the way El Fuerte's Japanese voice actor goes tortilla. That one grab.
Yeah. All right, now you may speak, Maxi.
Thing I forgot to mention was the English speaking reward also made it so all the normal humans can now speak English, but negators still speak their native language.
Ooh.
Which made them easier to be tracked by both good guys and the bad guys.
Yeah.
Which was funny because that's how they found the kid with the power of unmove. Because he went to school one day and everyone was around was speaking English and he just started screaming in Japanese, "Why is everyone speaking English? It's just some kind of fucking joke. Stop it, it's not funny." I was like, bro, what are you saying? And then some mafia folks show up behind him and tase him and put him in a black van.
Can you tell me how to get to the station? Huh? Egoka. Can you tell me how to get to the station?
What the fuck did he do to Bayonetta?
So the plot of this game is that this guy is trying to get like the eyes of the world, like the actual eyes of the world.
Oh yeah,
so that he can become like a god thing. He took the left eye from Bayo and the right eye from Baldur.
Aesir, the guys from Valhalla. The Kratos fights.
Yeah.
You need only obey.
Well, I think Aesir is just like the Norse mythology term for God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Humans need not be told that their will shall be. We can create our world with our own eyes.
Careful, Baldur. You're starting to sound like a flat earther.
I believe what my eyes see and nothing else.
Exactly. You knew what I was talking about.
We may stumble. We may fall off the path.
It's like there's like some meme image, or it's like
Yeah, it's how globeheads know the Earth is round, and it's a pile of books. How I know the Earth is flat, and it's just a picture of eyes.
yeah.
It's like that's not as much of an own as you think it is. It's more of a cell phone.
You know, there's stuff that make this fight real big and cool. But like, this is like a very huge step down from the last final boss. Because like, you're not fighting a giant goddess in space. You're fighting just a dude who has god powers at the top of a mountain in like a weird blue dimension. You know what? Piss power activate. Because why not? I wouldn't mind some
HP.
Oh no! Not vehicles.
317 bomber.
Literally bombers. Bombing
I
us.
am become pissed.
For I am
No, I
become
think
pissed, destroyer of worlds.
I think those are more like B-29s.
I think they're supposed to be like in-universe planes, because like those planes were like in Bayonetta 1.
Yeah, but I'm trying to like pin down the exact model. He needs to show them again.
Unfortunately, you're not going to see them. You're going to see a different vehicle, a different kind of plane, I think.
Hey, Cheese, would you like to know who the tallest characters in KOF are?
Satellites. Yeah, go ahead.
Number 10, Raiden,
Yeah.
6'8".
Uh-huh. Jesus, already.
Damn!
Yeah. Number 9, Atai, Goro Daimon, and Maxima, 6'8".
Yeah.
They win by 2 centimeters.
Ooh.
Number 8, Magaki,
Uh-huh.
6'9".
Yeah.
Number 7, Heavy D, 6'10".
What the fuck? Why is he so huge? He's
He's huge.
He's just a boxer man.
He's the shortest member of the USA sports team.
That's fucked up.
Here we go. Number 6, Antonov, 7 foot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Number 5, Tizok, 7'1".
Yeah.
Number 4, Brian Battler, 7'2".
What do you mean Lucky's taller than Brian?
Number 3, Lucky Glauber, 7'3".
That doesn't feel right.
Uh-huh. Number 2, Chang Kohan, 7'5".
Shit, man.
And
You know
number
what?
number 1, Mukai, 7'7".
Uh-huh.
Wow.
So the biggest non-boss character is Chang.
Yes, this giant, fat, like, prisoner man with a ball of death.
And where does Rugal rank? He's the honorable mention. He is 6'6".
He's tall for like a normal dude, but he's like doesn't even really count for
I
all
bet
these
it's-
other guys.
What is it, like 6 foot 6.6 inches to make him 666?
Well, if you don't want to count boss characters, he would be number 10. But I guess he is a boss character, so
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So close.
that's why the USA sports team can't come back in the game. They're all too tall.
Yeah. I can't
On the
believe
last cut-
Lucky's so tall.
So in the last
well,
cutscene-
well, he's supposed to be Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
You know, that alright. Yeah, that's fair.
Hmm.
That fucker is huge.
And you wouldn't be able to tell Brian's that tall. He's always crouching.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Speaking of Brian, you see that Dino posted like what he thinks the Guilty Gear silhouette is, and it's just the gif of Brian spinning.
God, I love it. Every time there's a fighting game silhouette character reveal that we don't know what it is yet, someone photoshops that gif onto it.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love that it's Dino too.
I thought you were all out of cards.
The real trump card's the one you keep hidden until just the right timing, mate.
Oh, he's gonna activate Exodia. Kinda. Oh fuck! You turned off my powers. Oh no, I'm naked
Oh, no.
now.
The real power of Lord Aesir, the god of chaos, is nothingness. The power to erase anything and everything from the world. Even the very eyes that created it.
That seems like a weird loophole.
Hold on for a second. What happens to the world if you...
Any good card player is a gambler, right? Either the world will be destroyed, or it will create its own path. Human free will determine which way things go.
Now we just beat the shit out of this dude.
So I remembered this. So I remember this image set from Tumblr about the final cutscene in this game,
Uh-huh.
but I can't show it until we get to that point.
Yeah, we're about to see. Where is the thing I want? Oh, it's up here. I just didn't recognize it. I was gonna
So have you
say let's
seen the
have
concept art
some
for.
this.
Have you seen the concept art for all the potential Bayonetta costumes?
Yes.
Not all of them, but I've seen a few
know.
of them,
Okay,
yeah.
I know exactly what you're referring to. She's talking about Bayonetta 2 costumes that didn't happen.
Don't say it.
I won't say. I won't explain, but just wanted to give context. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
About to punch the shit out of this diaper man.
This is cool.
It's like a more.
Oh, that's him. That's the diaper chief.
Yeah. Limit exceeded. Big bang bonus, and it's an Inazuma kick.
Drop kick.
Shotgun drop kick off the top rope.
Oh,
Kick
and we
so
got it.
hard,
We get an
not-
extra helping hand.
Let's go.
You kicked him right out of his soul.
Just like in the first game. Oh, oh yeah! I forgot we do this. We gotta aim properly. I don't think you can miss like you can in Bayo 1, but oh, this is fun and funny.
Oh man. Yeah.
You want to get him in those teeth.
Get him in the teeth.
He's just a nasty. God, he's just a funny little diaper man.
Yeah. Oh, this was terrible. This is a terrible version of the fight, but whatever. And it's the physical body that got 8. But his soul is still there.
Yeah, he said you kicked him right out of his soul.
Yeah.
Shit! He's trying to shed his body and return to the spirit realm. He'll just be reborn in a different era.
What are you trying to do? Do you think you can contain my power? Have you lost your sanity?
Sanity is a requirement for our kind.
Yeah, he said the thing that Bea said.
Only an endless circle of time.
Mate, that's pure evil you're dealing with. It's a poison that will live inside you forever.
So be it. What's wrong?
Father,
can be
no.
made right through human hands.
Or witch hands.
Well, I mean, witches are humans.
Cereza,
They're just magic.
listen to me.
You know my name?
If I stray from my path,
Uh-huh.
you must be the one.
To murder you, got it.
The one to stop me. Cereza, just one time. Call me Daddy.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Ugh, God.
Thank you.
It.
Cereza, my dear, sweet child.
So, like,
Okay, I posted it.
I like this ending. God, that takes me out so hard. It's.
What?
Ugh.
I saw what you posted, Max, so we're not friends anymore.
Hey, that concept was scrapped.
It was scrapped. Thank God. Just to okay.
How hard do you think Kami pushed for this to get in the game?
I don't know. Hey, just to be safe, I am getting rid of that, and then the other one too.
What will happen to you?
Thank you.
You mean just to be safe? No,
Yeah, good Akuma. Yeah.
I mean, I mean, people can look in the streaming like chat in the the texting. They just can't join voice chat.
Who actually does that?
It's people who are curious.
I'll come back to this world someday. So if you're lucky, maybe we'll meet.
Sometimes I'll go to a server that I'm in and just be like, "What are the pinned messages?" And then see and be like, "Oh, that's pretty funny."
And I think you can quit treating me like a kid now.
Then I'll call you by your name when I see you again. As a man.
Fine, would this be better?
Time to look at this now.
Well, that's fine, I guess.
Yeah, I do like that.
Yeah, it's good.
See you around, Bayonetta.
Goodbye, little one. And you can call me Cereza.
Takes 3 steps forward like a horse, and you can call me Cereza.
Yeah. Cereza's my favorite horse girl.
Yeah. She's as tall as one too.
Yeah.
Unlike horses, Bayonetta is real.
Oh man.
Goodbye, horses.
You don't exist at all. Hey, by the way, Merry Christmas. It's a Christmas game. Do you remember?
Merry fucking Christmas.
And see, she's wearing that outfit now. Or no, it's after Christmas.
Lack of acts of God doesn't hurt either. Can you believe they tore my dress to shreds? Right about here, I think it was. Absolutely criminal. There's such a thing as a time and a place. Time?
Why are you giving a baby playing cards? Are you stupid?
That baby doesn't know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
I don't know, man. They let monkeys and dogs play that game. I don't know.
Monkeys and dogs are smarter than a baby.
This is true. We've been saying this.
Hell, even trash cans could play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, is that money? Did the Millennium Tower get blown up again?
Oh, that's Rodon throwing flyers. Hey, that's littering.
Yeah. Then again, who knows where they live? Maybe it's fine for a little bit.
Deadbeat. Deadbeat. Enzo is a fucking family man.
That's why he's a deadbeat. He's not working because he's spending time with his family.
I forgot Enzo. Oh, I was wondering why there wasn't a short, foul-mouthed Italian in earshot. Where did you leave him? He said he'd wait for me in the plane. Again?
Is he flying that thing for like a week?
Yeah.
Oh, this is just like a Sonic.
Yeah.
That's the second dress in a month. Another day in the life, Cereza. Maybe you should try being nice to Enzo for a change. Save the chit-chat for later. We've got work to do. Now you're speaking my language. There's only one way to ring in the new year. Let's dance, boys.
They said the thing, chat.
Team Little Angels.
Yeah.
But hear me out. What if those little angels are actually big angels?
Based on the team that developed Devil May Cry, I think the original Devil May Cry and 3, Team Little Devils. Cool. Look at Loki there contributing.
And I help.
Look, I'm there too. I'm just picture SpongeBob putting out himself.
Look, Gary,
in the
there I am
background.
again. Look. Whoa. What do you mean I'm given specific loadouts? What do you mean I'm specifically supposed to use these weapons?
It's like those challenge modes where it's like, defeat this enemy with this, complete these objectives with this specific loadout.
I don't remember the... No, I think one of the things in the Bayonetta 1 end credits asks you to do that with, like... It's like, hey, here's your guns and also the sword.
I'm not saying it's a Bayonetta 1 thing, it's a video game thing.
Yeah. Well, speaking of challenge mode, even though I'm not planning
Like,
on...
defeat X number of enemies and then survive X number of turns.
What do you mean I'm told to use the original Bayonetta 1 guns?
Oh no.
Because, like, in case you don't know, the Bayonetta 1 guns changes your combo. Yeah, like, depending on which game guns you use, you have different combos.
Good thing you have plenty of practice.
Yeah, but, like, that surprised me. Anyway, speaking of challenge modes, even though I don't plan on touching it ever, I got the Mega Man powered up ready. Got the save file that's got like all the stuff ready, all the DLC and everything, and I'm looking forward to it. Part of me was like, should I do a playthrough of like no Battlesuit Mega Man for shits and giggles? And then I was like, no. Cause like I already plan on doing alright, let's count. It's like there's 8 Robot Masters. There's Mega Man, there's Proto Man, there's Roll. That's 11 playthroughs of the same game. Yeah. Like, sure, I'm doing different stuff, playing as different characters, but like, that's 11. 11 of the same game over and over again.
But
Uh-huh.
how much ass do you think Mega Man gets?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 asses. 7 asses. I think
7 asses.
I think my favorite thing about that episode is that like that was unplanned. They didn't like plan on like making it a long episode. They just didn't like cut it properly, so it was just like a double length episode for some reason. So you
And
just
the whole time they talked about 7 asses.
they talked about 7 asses in the second half of the episode. And then after that, there was the bit where they're doing Turbo Man stage, the one who transforms into a car. And there's like a fucking... Oh, cool. What's this? There's like a fuck... There's a fucking... Yeah. There's a 4-minute laughing fit where there's like a big enemy that's like driving around in like an excavator that like you
Is
gotta...
it okay to play this song?
It's actually no, I'm not. There's like a 4-minute.
I was kind of wondering how long you'd let us play if I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I was busy talking. There's like a 4-minute long laughing fit where there's like an enemy in an excavator and they kill him, and like the face he has when he dies, he's like, oh jeez, and they laugh 4 minutes. It's so long. They just do it. Anyway, hey, look! It's Baldur. He's evil now.
I'm so evil I have to put
The
half my
mask
face on a mask. This is what the mask is
To be continued in Bayonetta 1.
Now you gotta continue the story by playing Bayonetta 1.
And now the Switch version staff. They have to put the voiceover talent twice. But also, don't worry, Helena Taylor's not gotten paid enough.
Temperentia, Eerie Lonefall.
Yeah. Which is funny because you don't ever like hear Temperentia speak with like a normal voice. It's all distorted and shit.
No way, me, Sonozaki?
I can't believe they were able to get them.
I don't know who that is.
William Chip Beeman? That's my favorite character from Sonic 06.
That's my favorite guy whose nickname is Chip.
See, I at least know about Atsushi Inaba. He's like the main dude. He's for the longest time has been the main dude in Platinum Games. Like, Hideki Kami is the founder and like the director dude, but like Atsushi Inaba is like the main guy. Oh, fine, I just realized I can add to the the media thread. Oh, yeah, I didn't tell you. I didn't tell either of you about what I said for Metal Gear Rising when I added to the media thread. It was like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance (parentheses replay). Good game, even after all these years. I will never forgive Pro Jared. And like just to like double check what he actually said, I watched the video and I was like, wow, he's still wrong. And I look in the comments and everyone's like, even with all the cancellation shit that happened, this is Pro Jared's biggest L by far. And I'm like, yeah.
Pro Jared was wrong about something? Perish the thought.
And what's funny is that like
and then perish him.
What's funny is that like I put that video on just to like see like, oh, okay, yeah, he's super wrong about that. And in the recommended is why Pro Jared is wrong about Sonic Adventure 2. Incredible. I don't need to know why he's wrong. I know why he's wrong because I played the game.
He's wrong because he cheated on his wife.
Yes. This is correct.
He's wrong because he said Sonic Adventure 2 was bad.
Yes. And that the only reason why you like it is because you remember the Sonic stages.
It's because you want to fuck Big the cat.
They all want to have sex with Big the Cat, right? Yeah. I don't know what that's from, and I'm deathly curious.
That's from a Donkey video.
I know, but like, what's that like
Well,
clip from?
it was from an IGN review of a Sonic game.
A bunch of people who've never actually played Sonic talking
Because
about Sonic.
IGN's meme is boy
There are
Sonic
no
games
good
are bad.
Sonic
That's
games.
our identity.
Yeah. There are no.
They were
good Sonic
saying
games, all right?
they're saying they were saying there's never been a good 3D Sonic game, but unironically,
Yeah.
as opposed to me.
It is.
I say I'm wrong because I've never played a 3D Sonic game. That's the joke.
You gotta at some point. At the very least, you gotta play.
Actually, I can't say anymore because I did play Sonic Adventure 2 co-op with a friend.
Okay. At some point, you gotta play Sonic Adventure 1, like, not DX. God, no, not DX. You gotta play the modded version that makes it play like the Dreamcast version, or you emulate the Dreamcast version.
No.
Fair.
I'm sorry. But I don't want to play Sonic.
Yeah.
Play Sonic, do it.
Unless I can turn it into like a turn-based tactics game like Mario plus Rabbids.
Play Sonic, they're good.
Sonic is a good franchise of games to play if you have sufficient enough humility.
Sonic the Hedgehog is a good franchise.
Now that's a take. If you have humility as a person, you will enjoy Sonic the Hedgehog to its fullest. And I'm not even saying like you accept that Sonic is better than you. No, if you have humility just as a person.
Look,
Sonic was never good. Uh-oh, here comes the fun police.
There's the fucking robot doing the no fun allowed sign thing.
Look, I got an autograph and photo of Johnny Gielli. Isn't that enough?
Johnny Jelly, everyone's favorite guy.
Johnny Jelly, let's go.
The Crush 40 man.
The king of butt rock.
Wait, is the picture in here?
It might be.
Keep going.
Oh.
I don't think I have all the fan art. The fan art? Concept art.
Would have been with all the Bayonetta stuff, wouldn't it?
Probably. Yeah, I don't think it's... No, there's one missing thing, but...
The missing... the missing you-know-what.
His name was going to be Prophet at some point. Yeah, no, that piece of art is not here. Thank goodness. I think it was like in the art book is where they got that picture.
Hang on, look at... Go one over... No, not that one, ACAB. No, the schoolgirl clothes.
Uh-huh.
I like the red one.
The red one's good.
Yeah.
Like Bayo's...
Black and red is so good.
Man, I wish the fucking bow and arrow weapon was good. It's just a bow and arrow. Like,
it's just a bug.
Yeah, that's why it's called Kafka. Like Franz.
Kafka's a bug?
Yeah. Franz Kafka. You know, the author / main character, one of those two, of Metamorphosis.
Is that why the girl from Honkai Star Rail that everyone loves is named Kafka?
No, I think they just named her that because it's a cool name.
It do be a cool name, though.
I don't remember who I was talking to about this. I was talking about, like, a bug, like a story about a bug who wishes to become God, and his name is Kafka Palazzo.
That girl that makes all... That girl Kafka that makes all the girl players say, I wish she'd suffocate me with her feet.
Specifically feet.
I had to think up the most ridiculous thing to make them say.
Yeah.
To make the lesbians say.
Luigi.
Gay Luigi?
Gay Luigi?
I hope she brings sex.
I like that this is supposed to be Star Fox, but it's just orange. Orange Fox.
Wolf.
Yeah, there's Kitty J in that. There's some mystery costumes. I don't know what they're about. I'm gonna look these up, actually.
There's a lot of good ones for her.
Yeah.
How do you look up how you unlock the sex mode?
You pay Nintendo directly. Like, you have to go to Kyoto and pay Shigeru Miyamoto money.
But he's not in charge of Bayonetta.
I know, but he is the Nintendo man.
I know you're all jealous, especially you, Shigeru Miyamoto.
I'm Shigeru Miyamoto. That one, Metal Witch, the dress one.
And now, Miyamoto, as said by Atlas localizer. Miyamoto.
Miyamoto. The gun one. Yeah. Okay, that's for Rosa. That's for Balder. That's for Balder. That's Rodon. That's Rodon. What do you, like, what are these 4 missing costumes?
Don't worry about it.
I'm slightly worried because, like, I don't know.
Don't.
Okay.
Life's too short.
Unlockable costumes. Not cosplay, costumes.
Unlockable cosplay.
I mean, you can kind of say the Nintendo ones are cosplay, but whatever. So we got those.
They're certainly cosplay quality.
Yep. It's the fucking the Peach and Daisy ones are like Jessica Nigri outfits. I say that as a compliment, cause she's cool.
Is she?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know anything about her.
I mean, she's just a cosplay girl. She
Just that
like,
I'd see her all over the place back in the 2010s.
Yeah, she's still doing stuff. The problem is that she's doing stuff on OnlyFans, so you're gonna see her stuff a lot less unless you follow her. Also, no, she's not getting super naked. That is a big thing about her.
Super naked.
What are these, like...
Thing is, she hates nudity.
But she's not like a never nude.
Hokage, shouldn't we be trying to shh? I'm trying to enjoy the nudity.
Yeah.
Look, I made Bleach a Bridge. Isn't it so funny? It uses the R slur like 20 times. Isn't that hilarious?
It says it twice. Calm down.
No, it says a lot more than that.
It says it twice. Calm down.
No, they'd repeat the joke several times.
But you don't even have Takahata 101. That's
Hi.
where you're wrong.
You are dead to me, Takahata.
No, it's fine. The like when they were rewatching like the old movies on stream, like you can see him cringe himself inside out whenever they drop the word. Like they all cringe their own
Good.
amount, but Taka cringes like way harder.
Good.
Yeah, if you
Maybe
want to
now-
talk to someone about like, oh, it was a different time
Maybe
and I
now-
regret it, it's him.
Maybe now he'll get his act together.
Oh my god! All right,
I already know.
That's a
I already know
different
Max
thing.
doesn't like that short. I already know because that's where card games on motorcycles came from.
Yeah.
Everyone,
Let's see.
it's kind. You know what? I just realized
Yeah.
Nikkei and Yukio 5Ds kind of have the same problem.
Uh-huh.
Where people just see the surface level thing and not see the actual very deep, like, rich story in there.
Yeah.
Like people just laugh, car games and motorcycles, and then they don't know anything about the emotional weight of the Dark Signer arc.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, they're just missing out.
My favorite thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! And its weird story is when they did that first crossover movie, like
Dark
Bonds
Side
Get on Time.
Dimensions. Oh no, Bonds Through Time.
Yeah. The one where they had Yami, Yugi, Jaden, and Yusei like duel together, and
it was cool.
It was really cool. But like my favorite part about it is that you see scenes in Domino City and New Domino City, like in the future, but you don't really see any scenes of Jaden at Duel Academy. Not really. Like
Well,
he just sort of shows up, right?
Because after season 4, he left to go fight stuff with Yubel.
But I like that. I like that he's like just an agent of chaos at that point, right? Like he shows up with these two other protagonists, and
he's off being like Jin Kazama fighting like space aliens.
And when they're doing the duel with that Paradox, and he's like explaining his omnicidal plan. Once I defeat you in this card game, I'm going to eradicate all of time and space. And Jade and Yusei and Yami are like, no, you'll never get away with this. But like Jaden's like, you're one sick puppy. It's like, I love you, you idiot. I love you.
I think I know what the problem.
Well, I guess when you put it like that, so what the actual hell, man?
I think I know what the problem is with those like missing costumes for Bayo, at least. I think I know what it is. No, I don't want to take me back over here. Yeah. I think I know. Yeah. Yeah.
You want to play with Bayonetta?
Yes. Wait. Oh, it doesn't like. Okay. I see. Okay. So I was incorrect. Yeah, whatever. Hey, cool. Video game done.
You're not gonna fight Rodon?
Nah. Mostly because the Rodon fight in 2 is way harder.
Yeah, and she was having trouble. She was having trouble with it earlier.
I so was.
You can go back and fight Bayonetta 1. Rodon.
Hey, would you like to watch that video?
I would actually like to watch that video. We have time. We got an hour and some change.
All right, cool. Let me get the link.
Yeah.
Because I actually want to hear what you have to say about some of these.
Yes.
Here you go.
Let me just boop, and then put that on the screen there, and put this on the screen. Oh, I still have that thing open. I shouldn't. I put that there, and then look over here, and then get that. There we go.
When playing...
Yeah, when playing.
When playing hours of Tekken Force Mode in Tekken 4, I was thinking, damn, they should make this into its own standalone game and it would bring the series to the next level. Is this the next level? So, with fighting games that got non-fighting game spin-offs, I wonder if companies saw this as an opportunity to get people who didn't play fighting games in combo with the people who did.
Is this an SVC Chaos card game?
Oh boy, we're gonna have fun with this video.
Okay, because I was like, I see SNK characters.
I owned this game.
Oh man.
In reality,
No.
I think it only attracted the fighting game fans or people tricked into thinking that this was a fighting game. The colorful cast of a fighting game's roster is one of the central appeals of the genre, so when making a spin-off that's not a fighting game, you're kind of in a pickle, since you can't realistically have every single character playable if you're trying to do this grand single-player adventure, so deciding on who the main playable characters are has to be chosen wisely. Even picking the main guy might not be the best move, since that doesn't mean they're the most popular or recognizable to the casual audience. When it comes to the gameplay itself, do you try to make it play similar to a fighting game with a bunch of moves and combo strings, or do you just go in a completely different direction so people can instantly know this is its own thing with an aesthetic that they're familiar with?
Okay, so it's
Yep,
been...
She talks about both non-fighting game Guilty Gear. She doesn't talk about Izuka because that is technically a fighting game.
Yes. So it had been actually years since I've seen any gameplay from Overture. Man, I forgot. Like, it's like... It's weird to say this because, like, Xrd and Strive are made with Unreal Engine. This looks like an Unreal Engine-ass game. Like, even more so.
Let's go per genre on how these spin-offs pan out, and if these are successes in one way or another. Just so we're clear, a fighting game character appearing as a guest character in a non-fighting game is a topic for another video someday. So no Urban Reign, Psyops, Asura's Wrath, etc, etc. Also, I'm gonna save the casino and mobile game spin-offs for another time, otherwise this video would take years to make. Just gonna try to stick with console games for the most part here. You're not going to see Project Cross Zone or whatnot, since fighting game characters need to make up a majority of the cast or have the branding from those fighting game series in the title or top billing, blah blah blah, you get it. I'm starting off on shaky ground here, but retroactively Final Fight could somewhat be considered a fighting game spin-off. Final Fight's original title was Street Fighter 89, which would have made it the second Street Fighter game. But since it really didn't have anything to do with Street Fighter, the title was changed and it became its own thing. I don't think the original Final Fight was meant to take place in the Street Fighter lore at first. When Final Fight 2 and 3 were released on the SNES, it kinda shifted to this shared world with Street Fighter with subtle nods. It was fully embraced with the release of the original Street Fighter Alpha by including Guy and Sodom. Final Fight is of course remembered as a classic in video game arcade history, but I don't think having Final Fight 2 and 3 being SNES exclusives did it any favors for its legacy in the long run. Both of these sequels aren't bad obviously, but they have only been re-released through Nintendo's since shut down virtual consoles on the Wii U and the new 3DS. The original Final Fight is referenced in so many Capcom games beyond Street Fighter. The stages in the original even appear multiple times in other Capcom games. Final Fight 2 and 3 are referenced far less, but characters like Maki and Lucia have been playable in other Street Fighter games. Maybe Dean will finally get his time to shine in Street Fighter 6. Mighty Final Fight on the NES was perhaps part of this Nintendo exclusivity. With the NES install base being so huge, maybe Capcom wanted to expand the audience to those who hadn't upgraded to the SNES yet. It wouldn't be too far-fetched since Capcom was still cranking out Mega Mans on the NES long after the Super Nintendo release. Regardless, doesn't seem like the game sold too much since the copies that are in circulation go for quite a bit, which...
That box art is hilarious.
It is.
Love, it's just like... just little dudes with giant heads, and Cody's just like flying at this guy.
It's super chibi. I love it.
Chibi says drawn by Hirohiko Araki.
It's a bummer too, since Mighty Final Fight is quite the charming little game. Everyone is in a chibi style, and all the characters have this expressiveness about them. I love the banter between bosses, the music is catchy, and the environments are diverse and colorful. This late NES era style is what most faux retro games copy. Not the early stuff that didn't know how to use the hardware, but a game in the vein of Mighty Final Fight with its brighter color palettes. This game though has no multiplayer, so when you beat the 40-minute main game, that's all she wrote. The Final Fight series tried to make a gritty comeback with Final Fight Revenge on the PS2 and Xbox, and it wasn't received all too well critically or commercially. It probably didn't help that Beatdown and Urban Reign, which are similar style games, came out a few months prior. Street Fighter makes a big cameo
Also,
here,
the
where
bouncer did
Cammy
it
has
much
a super box.
sooner.
This time, she's got pants. Shockingly, this is an outfit that's brought
God
back
bless.
in Fortnite of all things as Cammy's alt, but with even longer pants that are based on the original concept art of Streetwise.
Okay, Fortnite did one thing right.
Man, like, I was gonna point out that, like, I think, like, the first major playthrough that the Super Best Friends play, like, on that channel, like, they ever did, I'm pretty sure was Final Fight Revenge.
What was that game where, like, Cammy was on rollerblades and had a rocket launcher?
That's Cannon Spike.
Yeah, Cannon Spike.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
I like both versions of the outfit, but I think the short pants are more fitting. Anyhow, with the exception of the camera, this game doesn't feel all too bad, but it does get pretty old real quick. They throw a lot of mini games at
What
you
if
between the
Cammy
repetitive
or
fights and
Jury
the
Street
slow
Fighter
story.
5 outfit?
Guy, Hagar, and Cody do make appearances for a little bit, but you're stuck playing as Cody's
Oh, he's doing
brother,
the meme.
Kyle, who hasn't been mentioned before or after this game. Streetwise has some
Cody
bright
was doing the
spots,
Wojak
such as
thing.
the arcade mode, which can be played co-op with 2 players and is probably the ideal way to experience this game. It's the length of what a traditional Final Fight game normally is. You can tell this was probably put together in a hurry, but I'm glad it was included, since in this mode you don't have to fight with the camera, and you can actually play as the Final Fight characters you'd want to play as. I just wish Cammy was a playable character instead of being a random boss, which again shows this was kinda slapped together and takes away from the Cammy boss fight in the main story. Also, hey, this game's soundtrack is incredible,
Sadly, I
from the
can't
remix
stick
songs of
around.
the first
Wait,
Final
wait,
Fight
wait.
to the licensed tunes from Slipknot and RZA.
What?
Slipknot and RZA are in this game.
What the fuck? Anyway, it was good having you around, Maxie.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
See you, Maxie.
See you later.
See you later.
Bye.
My personal favorite song is They Fightin' by 334 Mob, just such an unrelenting song that goes super hard. I wish I could play some of it now, but I'm sure you know why I can't, since this is a licensed tune. In the world of the internet where everything is the best game ever or the worst game ever, this title is very middle of the road. Although I would have told you that this was the worst game ever when I found out my game didn't autosave and I had to play through the first 2 hours of the game again, hence why most of the footage playing now isn't from my playthrough.
Ugh.
This game's grittier and darker style does make sense given the subject material for the game, and with the right story I do think it could have worked. Sadly, that's not what happened here, since they tried a little too hard to be edgy, and it comes off as a poor man's Fight Club with the narration from Kyle. Without saying it outright, he gives strong, "you're probably wondering how I got here" vibes.
And that bloody looking guy in the corner, that's me. Can't say this is my most shining moment, but everyone says I got all this potential.
This game being the last Final Fight is incredibly depressing, but at least Final Fight's characters and lore is far from forgotten, since so many characters and environments have been in Street Fighter, with Street Fighter 6 having its World Tour plot act as a pseudo-new entry to Final Fight. Again, I'll make that bold claim that the 5 Final Fight beat-em-ups are a non-fighting game spin-off to Street Fighter, at least retroactively.
Seeing someone with a more feminine build walk with the Sodom outfit was really like it took me. I was like, forgot that that's an outfit that they can just wear.
You're like, what?
I was like really caught off guard. I was like, Sodom, it's like the HRT's working out for you, huh?
Another spin-off I don't think was ever truly intended to be one is Street Fighter 2010 The Final Fight. The only connection this has to Street Fighter beyond its title is the main character Ken, who became a cyborg and is trying to avenge his friend Troy. You know, Troy. In reality, the name Ken is just a localization change to the States, since his name is Kevin in the Japanese version. When the game came out in the States, it added the subtitle The Final Fight. So without that name, we're left with no connection to Street Fighter beyond the title. Don't want to dwell on this game too much, but it's clear that they just used the name to, I guess, connect it to a semi-known property for the States, even though only Street Fighter 1 was out by this time, and it wasn't like it was insanely popular. They could have called this game anything, and it probably wouldn't have moved the needle much in terms of sales with or without the Street Fighter name. Street Fighter 2010, though, isn't as bad as the internet might make you think. This game has that classic NES difficulty, which might turn off some people's interest, but it controls really well. It gives me Mega Man vibes a bit with how it approaches music, its futuristic theming, and difficulty. Speaking of which, the first screen of the game is pretty tricky, so it could have turned some folks off. Maybe when playing this on an emulator or something, people wouldn't give this more than 2 minutes until they moved on to their other 500 NES games. Perhaps the bad reputation kind of stems from that, since I don't think many people legitimately own this game. If you didn't put money in the game, you're less incentivized to stick with it, and I got a feeling that's what happened here. That's just my baseless conjecture though, I wasn't alive for any of this. If you're gonna make a fighting game spin-off, the traditional arcade beat-em-up genre makes the smoothest transition, but it doesn't happen all too much. Yes, it happens all the time in side modes like in Tekken, but I'm talking full standalone games here. The original King of Fighters was supposed to be a 3-person team beat 'em up, but we all know plans changed, though I still wish we had this in some way. Guilty Gear Judgment is the only other fighting game that has a traditional arcade-style beat 'em up that wasn't just a side mode. This instead was released as a dual pack with Guilty Gear XX Reload. Smart move. In case you didn't like the beat 'em up aspect, you could fall back on an incredible fighter that is guaranteed to be great. I do like Judgment quite a bit though. You can select a majority of the XX cast and even play as an exclusive character being Judgment, who acts as the final boss. This guy's design is so sick, and it's a shame he's never been playable since this game. The gameplay itself is way faster than most beat 'em ups and I love it. The controls are very similar with the main exception of having a dedicated jump button. You can perform special moves similarly as well, though thankfully doing quarter circle motions doesn't get you turned around the wrong way. Even switching between enemies both behind and in front of you is fluid and quick. This can be played 2-player co-op, but since this game is a PSP exclusive, both players have to have a PSP and a copy of this game. Regarding the lore, I can't be much help there. What I have heard is that this game is canon, though I don't know if it has a huge impact on the story or not. Each character has their own story playthrough and even a unique ending. There are plenty of characters to unlock as well, adding to the replay value. Even though the characters all have unique dialogue and endings, the core of the story remains the same and there isn't any special stages certain characters go through. Give this game a shot though. Just like with most beat 'em ups, it's best with a friend, but you're gonna have to put in some extra legwork to make that happen. The next Guilty Gear spin-off, which I hesitate to even call a spin-off since the title is straight up Guilty Gear 2. I wonder what that makes Guilty Gear X then. From my understanding, Guilty Gear 2 Overture was meant to be more of a sequel to the original Guilty Gear since Sammy Studios merged with Sega, and Arc System Works didn't have the legal rights to use any of the new characters introduced from Guilty Gear X and any iterations after. One of the central characters was Kai's son Sin, whose mother is Dizzy, who was introduced in Guilty Gear X. Since this was the case, Dizzy's name is never mentioned at all, and as far as I know, wasn't blatantly shown. It was somewhat more speculative on who the mother actually was at this time. She was given the name Maiden of the Grove so that they could talk about her without saying the name Dizzy. Thankfully, the speculation was able to come to an end once Arc Systems got the rights back in 2011. When Guilty Gear Xrd came out, it was confirmed Sin's mother was indeed Dizzy. Back to Guilty Gear 2. This title had a huge shift in genre from fighting game to something that is like Dynasty Warriors, but with more RTS elements allowing you to command NPC allies. To my knowledge, the Dynasty Warriors games prior didn't have much in the way of commanding your army or your army of NPCs. Brutal Legend was a game that came to mind when playing. Maybe it's because of the genre and the heavy metal theme, but Guilty Gear 2 predates Brutal Legend by a good 2 years. only speculating, but I assume the reason for this shift in genre is because if they did another fighter, a lot of compromises in the roster would have to be made. Since they couldn't use any of the characters from Guilty Gear X, fans might not have been pleased.
So from what I've heard, and take this with a grain of salt, but from what I've heard, this is what Daisuke Ishiwatari wanted Guilty Gear to be like, but the technology wasn't there for the original Guilty Gear, so they went with a fighting game, and that ended up being extremely popular, so they kept making more of them, and then when the technology was there, they finally were able to make this kind of game.
Yeah, and then, well, we know what happened.
Yeah,
no one played this game.
Yeah.
Potentially, even using the sprites in Guilty Gear X wasn't even allowed, since new sprite-based fighters in the Xbox 360 gen weren't commonplace, and starting essentially from scratch or using lower-budget 3D models might have been less than ideal, therefore forcing them out of their comfort zone to try something new to keep the IP they owned. As interesting as this is, the members of the army you control are all the same. You command literal bots, but maybe it was easier in the hardware to have a bunch of less complex models on screen. Despite the shift in genre, Guilty Gear 2 has a lot of options you'd find in a fighting game, like a local versus mode and a training mode. The attempt to make this a legitimately competitive game was admirable, and I'm not sure how people took to the game at this time. This I don't think is a bad game at all, but it's certainly not for me. RTS games in general are just too slow and boring for me, since I have no sense of delayed gratification when playing an RTS. I'm not the right person to break down all of the minute mechanics or even tell if this could qualify as an RTS at all. Brutal Legend I did quite enjoy, but that game kinda tricked my dumbass since I had no idea it was an RTS from the commercials I saw or even the demo. But the story pushed me through because I wanted to explore that world. Guilty Gear is a world I understand very little. I'm sure I'd appreciate it once I deep dive into it, but it's not a premise that can be explained quickly. Maybe if like Tekken did this exact type of gameplay, I'd push myself all the way to the credits since I love that world, but who knows. Well hey, here's Tekken's Nina Williams' Death by Degrees. As a young Tekken fan, when I first heard about Death by Degrees, I was stoked. Not because the main character was Nina, I don't care about her, but I thought that this would open the door for other Tekken characters having their own games like Yoshimitsu, King, or maybe a Jun origin story. Perhaps if this game was a critical commercial success that could have happened, but sadly, no Yoshimitsu game for me. It makes sense for Nina to go first though if we're not doing the Mishima family at all and we have to go for someone else. Nina is an incredibly popular and iconic character, so I get it. The look of Nina and, spoiler, Anna, look very different in this game than in the Tekken series proper. I think this game goes for a more realistic approach to the faces perhaps. It's not ugly or anything, it's just different and it threw me off a bit. You'd think that a game in the Tekken universe would just be a full game version of the Tekken Force mode based on this footage. It kinda has elements of that, but Death by Degrees is more comparable to classic Resident Evils more than anything, with going through a singular environment and uncovering items to unlock more areas, in addition to the puzzles, the fixed camera angles, and readable files for more backstory. We got some mild stealth elements to where you can stealth kill enemies, but if you get caught, you have to fight off a group of enemies. But if you go through a door mid-chase, they sometimes just forget about you. The fighting itself is quite unique, since you need to move the right analog stick to strike enemies. The direction you move the stick towards is the area you'll strike. This strangely works since you get surrounded frequently. In Tekken Force, there weren't many options to fix that unless you knew that character's moveset and you knew the exact move to solve that. Here, it's pretty easy hitting enemies surrounding you. I did think that it was odd that Nina exclusively kicks when she doesn't specialize in just that in the proper Tekken games. She uses her hands just as much. Even with the moves you unlock, there aren't any punches. I do believe that this is because the reach of the kicks is easier to judge while using an analog stick compared to the shorter reach of her hands. If it was just her hands being used, perhaps it wouldn't make as much sense to use the stick since you'd have to be much faster with the inputs. Having a mix of both would be frustrating for the player to have an inconsistent use of short and long range moves. You might think this issue could have been solved by maybe holding the L1 to toggle punches, but again, the speed of hitting that stick would be perceived as faster, and spamming the stick would make the player have less control over who they're targeting. The best comparison to how this controls I can think of is Metal Gear Solid's 2 sword controls, but here it's much less fluid. Coincidentally, later in this game, you find guns and swords that make the game way easier, and they control similarly to the kicking as well. Sometimes you land an X-ray hit either from sword kills or stealth kills. There's even a move where you target certain points to incapacitate them for a while. This predates MK9's X-ray mode, and it happens pretty seamlessly and makes your moves have much more impact to them. I briefly mentioned before, like Resident Evil, we have the fixed camera angles, and I do like this since it shows off the environment and makes the game look cinematic. Although it poses an issue if you're trying to be stealthy, since you might walk into a room and the game doesn't give you a chance to see the enemy's line of sight. You can change the camera angle to a behind the back one, but you have to be running to use it. This makes it disorienting if you're trying to see in front of you for just a moment. A first-person viewer like Metal Gear could have solved this, but that first-person view is reserved only for sniping and swimming sections. To save in this game, you have to look for signals since the save spots are hidden. It's pretty easy to find them, but I thought this was a unique idea to saving. The story of this game is not as exciting as the main Tekken story or even Nina's story in Tekken, and she's just a side character in that. Long story short, the CIA hired Nina to infiltrate a luxury cruise ship to stop a criminal group that is gonna obtain some crazy super weapon to take over the world or something. The story isn't presented in an interesting way, and Nina herself isn't all that interesting for me to personally invest myself in her character. She's certainly cool and only speaks when she has to, but I don't really care about Nina all that much here. They do briefly go into her backstory on the death of her father, and you do run into Anna for that classic rivalry. Not too many Tekken connections here overall though. Dr. Boskanovich is mentioned in a file, these robots that are reminiscent of Jack, as well as Heihachi kinda appearing out of nowhere as the final boss. Well, to be fair, Heihachi only appears as the final boss in a New Game Plus file, and after unlocking and completing Anna's shorter story mode. Anna is originally the final boss, but it's hilarious Heihachi kicks her out of the way. This is a fitting secret final boss, but I wish it had a little bit more build up to it.
You know what? Heihachi as the final boss, it's like, it was me, Nina, I'm the one trying to get the crazy super weapon, is very in character for him.
It's me, Nina! Oh, son of a bitch.
It's me, Nina. It was me all along, Nina.
I do love that Nina wins here, and it shows that it's not just the Mishima family that can win amongst themselves, and lets Nina shine a bit. That being said, once you win, there's no cutscene acknowledging this victory, and Heihachi is just gone, never to be mentioned or seen again. So, not sure if Nina beating Heihachi is even canon, or this game as a whole for that matter. This game doesn't affect the overall Tekken story that much anyways, so it's probably harmless to the lore if it is. I hear people blast this game a lot, but I think it's not half bad. The environment, for mostly taking place on a ship, is pretty glamorous looking. The music is not the bumpin' Tekken music I'm used to, but it also matches the espionage thriller tone. I admire that instead of taking the easy way and just doing a beat 'em up, Namco shot for the stars and went for a stealthy action puzzle game. Once you beat the game, there's plenty of unlockable content. Anna has her separate shorter campaign, as well as some challenge modes where you only snipe, only fight, solve puzzles, costumes, etc. So maybe give this game a shot if you're a curious Tekken fan. A Namco game that does play it safe and has the problems Death by Degrees could have had was Soul Calibur Legends for the Wii. This game is mostly just a beat 'em up, which could have been fine, but it's on the Wii, meaning we're staring down the barrel of the gun, that is, motion controls. Playing this for a long time is exhausting since you have to swing that Wii remote so much. This game would have benefited greatly from having the option to use buttons for your main attacks, to the point where I had to resort to mapping the attack commands myself in an emulator, if I were to hypothetically use one. In Soul Calibur Legends, you mostly play as Siegfried and a handful of other characters in the Soul Calibur world, so at least we got a bit of variety here.
And everyone's favorite Soul Calibur character,
Lloyd.
Lloyd Irving.
I mean, it's cool to see him here, but damn.
Yeah. He sticks out like a sore thumb. Even with like the cool stylized portraits that are here, he's the one that's the most anime.
Honestly, yeah.
Doesn't stop this game from being boring though. You just hack away at groups of enemies with the same couple of moves in these environments that aren't gonna light the world on fire. Soul Calibur always goes ham for their stages with incredibly rich detail, and I get that can't happen in a whole level for a game like this, but they could have at least tried to make it look a little less generic here instead of forest level, a barren pirate ship, or a barren Egyptian tomb. This game makes me wish the real Soul Calibur games had a Tekken Force-esque mode. At least then, I'd have a variety of moves at my disposal. I don't know if it's supposed to take place in Tekken's world despite having dragons and skeletons. The game's lore says these monsters are here because of Soul Edge, so maybe they go away when Soul Edge does too. Even with that reasoning, there's far too many issues with both games having a shared world. Like, do the history books in Tekken document the Lizardman civilization? Regardless, Soul Calibur was always a bit dry compared to the zaniness of Tekken. Soul Calibur Legends tries its best to expand the lore, with it taking place after Soul Blade and before Soul Calibur, I believe, despite the fact that some of these characters have their Soul Calibur 3 look. The story has Siegfried and pals try and save a kingdom from this giant monster, with him having 2 months to recover the pieces of Soul Edge to use it to save the kingdom. There's betrayals and shenanigans along the way, but I wasn't invested enough to see it all the way through. We do have some multiplayer modes at least, even though you can't play the main story co-op. Seems like a wasted opportunity. You can play certain co-op specific missions in the multiplayer mode though, which are probably the most fun I've had with the game. There's also a mode where you race a friend to get pieces of the Soul Edge first, and a straight up versus mode, something I wish Death by Degrees had. You might have also noticed we have Lloyd from Tales of Symphonia as a playable guest character. It's a cool addition that even in a spin-off Soul Calibur game, they still got a guest character included since that tradition is so closely associated with the series. Too bad Lloyd is wasted in this game though, and wasn't in like Soul Calibur 3 instead.
Yeah. I was thinking like, they should have put him in like a mainline game. 3 was exactly what I was thinking, because they were both on the GameCube.
I would say 3 or 4 was the right time to do it.
What character was in the GameCube version of 3? It was Link.
It was Link, yeah.
Yeah, because I was like, wait, there was fucking Heihachi, there was Spawn for some reason. Nah,
Usually Link's the first one people think about.
Yeah. Was 3 the first one where they had guest characters, or were they in 2?
Yeah, it was 3.
Okay.
King of Fighters is a series with loads of story and a huge world spanning many games. And in the days of the internet not being what it is today, it'd be difficult to keep up with the lore. For fans who wanted a primer of the lore, there was the King of Fighters 96 Neo Geo collection on the failed Neo Geo CD. This was less a game and more so an encyclopedia to the KOF story up to that point. We got videos going into the plot of the Orochi saga, Orochi's origins, and the Kusanagi clan and all that. It also has a character profile feature where you select a character from the 96 roster, and man, this is so cool.
I love that it says actor and actress.
Yep.
That is a very Japanese thing for, like, characters.
Characters will tell you their likes, dislikes, favorite foods, and more, with the character themselves going through it with you. There are some translations on a site that goes through this dialogue. I'll put a link in the description, certainly check it out if you want to know Geese's favorite food. There's also a command list mode where you can view the command list. It sounds ridiculous now, But you couldn't look up moves for your characters on the internet back then, and sometimes not even in the game itself, so this would be a great resource for that info, or maybe your only resource. You even have a training mode where you can try the moves yourselves, which is great there's an actual game aspect here. You can't adjust any training options though, and it ends when the CPU beats your character.
You know what fighting games need to bring back that used to be around? And I think only like early Tekkens did this. They need to bring back, like in training mode, you select a move from your command list and the game shows you what it's supposed to look like.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, training modes do that. It's just not how Tekken presents it. Tekken presents it well.
Yeah.
They present it in a digestible fashion. All training modes, or not all, but most training modes have that where you can record an input so that you know what it looks like and know how to expect it. But like Tekken shows you the move.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for. I want them to, like, it's like you go into the command list, you select a move, and it just shows you what it's supposed to look like in the game.
Still, pretty useful since training modes also weren't crazy common to include in your fighter back then. One of my favorite modes is Sound Play. I thought this would just be the music player for the KOF 96 soundtrack, which it is, but it's also the gallery mode in disguise. While the music plays, you can watch slideshows of concept art I've never seen before, which is a great find. You can also choose a character with their stage as the background while you're listening to the music if you're trying to vibe out with your main. Pretty sweet little title for KOF fans, who I'm sure got a kick out of this at its release. Virtua Fighter, for a series with almost zero story in the mainline games themselves, has some spin-offs that I think were trying to change that, or at least get you to understand the characters themselves a bit more. Believe it or not, Shenmue started as a spin-off to Virtua Fighter, showing the origins of poster boy Akira.
No wonder they both have no sauce. No, it's weird that, like, Shenmue has, like, at least a hint of more sauce than Virtua Fighter. And everyone talks about how Shenmue's boring as fuck and nothing happens. Speaking of Virtua Fighter, do you know about, in Bayonetta 1, the Virtua Fighter Easter egg?
I think so.
It's not just, you buy the move Tetsuzanko and you can just do it. There's like, I tried to do it a few times. I could only do it like 3 times. Where if you finish a fight with the Tetsuzanko and like that's the last hit, you just hear Bayonetta say "Junin Hain da yo." And
she has that in Smash.
Yeah, she does have it in Smash.
It's her forward throw.
It was so funny, just like playing it for the first time like years ago, finishing a fight with that and just hearing Junin Hain Dayo, and I'm like, what was that?
It later pivoted into being its own thing, which is a bummer because this could have been an opportunity to have Shenmue and Virtua Fighter help each other out. Having characters appear in either series and giving background to them would help players get more invested with the characters in both series, like putting a young Jackie in Shenmue to show the origins of that character, or putting Ren in Virtua Fighter. I don't know, maybe that's dumb, but I think for 2 more niche series, it would have been helpful for them both to attract fans from either series. This isn't the reality we live in though. The main Virtua Fighter connection to Shenmue is the fighting engine used in the first 2 games. Shenmue plays like a Virtua Fighter game and has little references sprinkled in. The first proper Virtua Fighter spin-off was the CG Portrait series, which were super cheap Sega Saturn discs where you just view pictures of one character. There were 10 of these total, and each disc has its own character gallery, but that's all this is. This could have been a mode in Virtua Fighter 3 or something, but they did this instead.
Man, I'm so glad. I'm so glad not only was shovelware super a thing in Japan. I'm glad that they did it their own way and it wasn't just like bullshit adventures in Egypt or whatever. It's just stuff like this. I'm so glad.
It's just fucking image CDs.
Yes, like this is such a Japanese way to do fucking shovelware.
What a fucking waste of compact discs.
God.
Sure, these are cheap, but after you view these pics, what do you do with them? Oh, there's a karaoke mode, but it's one single song. Even a Game Gear version of this, which has the same pics as the Saturn version, but in the Virtua Kid style. I guess the sequel to these picture CDs was Virtua Fighter History on the Dreamcast. This was a 2-disc package that was included with Shenmue 2 only in Japan. The first disc being the Virtua Fighter 4 Passport, which solely has a website link for Virtua Fighter 4, which seems silly even back then. The
Holy
second disc
shit.
has more of the history of VF, showing footage of all the games up to that point, as well as some beta footage and ending cutscenes.
Okay, see, that's
We
cool.
also have a music library of the mainline games and Virtua Kids. So already, this has more value than the Sega Saturn portrait games. I'm a bit hesitant to even call these gallery disc games since there is no game here, but when else am I gonna talk about these weird little releases? The actual, real, proper Virtua game spin-off was a GameCube and PS2 title called Virtua Quest. This game takes place in the distant future in the Virtua Fighter world, where a kid named Sei explores a digital world called the Nexus. Huh. I feel like calling it virtual reality would have been more fitting, but whatever, who cares. This kid has to stop this group of cyber terrorists called Judgment 6 by collecting the Virtua Souls. Beyond the group, Judgment 6, which is a part of the VF lore, the main connection to Virtua Fighter are these Virtua Souls, which have you gain moves from characters in the series. The characters talk about themselves a little bit, and it's the only time in a game you actually hear the characters talk about the story or their background in any way.
Fucking Fire Emblem Engage looking ass.
And you got no souls.
The gameplay has elements of a beat 'em up mixed with some rough platforming. The fighting doesn't feel super satisfying since it's a bit loose, like your character doesn't lock on to who you're fighting. This makes it feel that not every hit is really connecting. This is absolutely my least favorite game I've talked about so far in so many aspects beyond just the fighting. The platforming is very unfair with how high your jumps are and the lack of control in the air, making judging where the platforms are very difficult. The story is also not super exciting and comes off as budget.hack. The music isn't too bad at least. Not something I'm gonna remember all too much, but in terms of highlights, this is certainly the biggest one. Perhaps I'm speaking way too soon saying Virtua Quest is the worst game so far, because we have the trio of spin-off action games from Mortal Kombat. A couple of these games I'm sure you've heard panned to death in other videos.
There's no hyperbole when I say I was looking at my phone, I looked up, I saw the gameplay of that, and I got like viscerally upset. That sound you heard was me it felt like I had something gross on my hand and I was trying to get it off. I was like actually upset looking at that. Oh my god.
Can we replay that for the audience?
Quest is the worst game so far because we have the trio of spin-off action games from Mortal Kombat.
Oh,
A couple
God.
of these games I'm sure you've heard panned to death in other videos.
Hold on. I gotta I gotta pull up the fucking the Shaolin Monks video. I'm glad you found my visceral upset sounds hilarious.
Oh no, that really tickles me.
Good, I'm glad. Okay, later on here.
Put me on the thing. Just floating in the fucking air.
And
Where you get up?
This is from
Find
2012.
Mustafa! But he's dead. He's with the stars now in the circle of life and shit.
Everything the light touches
Oh, I've got one more Mortal Kombat game. It's not 4 or anything, but it's pretty good.
Oh, this is as long as it's not MK4, man.
It's not MK4.
Is this... No. No. Why? Why would you even own this? Why?
Yeah, that's just how it ends.
You were so upset looking at special
I was
forces.
because like, oh, it's like because like I was looking at my phone, I was looking at something, and I look up and I see something horrible. Like imagine you're just looking at your phone and like you look up at your computer monitor and out of nowhere you're just seeing like a horrible murder scene from like one of the Saw movies.
Like because like you're looking at your phone because why would you pay attention to Virtual Quest, right?
Yes.
And then you look up and you have that reaction of the fish whenever SpongeBob's like, I hope my ugliness won't bother you.
Not at all, boy. It really was like that much.
Mortal Kombat Sub-Zero and Mortal Kombat
Honey's
Special
definitely got to
Forces
see
were
that
attempts from
later
the
on.
co-creator of Mortal Kombat, John Tobias, to expand the mythos of the MK story. It's no secret that both of these games are fucking awful. Although Mortal Kombat Sub-Zero has a control scheme I think could have worked. It plays exactly like a classic MK game, but it's when we get to the platforming is when this becomes an issue. This game is hard for the wrong reasons. If this game, for the most part, was a straight line where you fight a bunch of dudes like a beat 'em up, then sure, it gets old, but I think it would be remembered a bit more fondly. These jumps weren't meant for the level of platforming being asked here, with one-hit kill traps that are hard to predict, and just getting stuck on what to do. I do think the story is pretty cool though. You play as Sub-Zero or Bi-Han before the events of Mortal Kombat 1, trying to find Shinnok's amulet for Quan Chi. If you choose to kill Scorpion in the first stage, it sets in motion him coming back as the undead version we all know seeking revenge. We got a good bit of appearances of other MK characters like Fujin, Shinnok, Raiden, and Serena. The bulk of the narrative is told through these super cheesy live-action cutscenes in the PS1 version. We got it all with the goofy costumes on top of the overacting, but it's incredibly charming and my favorite part of the game. Not if you're stuck playing on the N64 though, since they couldn't stuff these cutscenes into the cart, so you're stuck with static images on text. I heard we have some plot holes in the game, making it inconsistent with the original timeline, but we're gonna come across that issue in more MK games than just this. Plot holes are the least of this game's issues.
That is not the face of like, yes, I killed her. What, like, what's your problem? That is the face of like, oh, I should not have come here. I needed to go to the bathroom.
Mortal Kombat Special Forces is truly the bottom of the barrel here. This game released exclusively on the PS1, and I remember trying to buy this game since it was so cheap, but the EB Games clerk convinced me out of it. That EB Games employee saved the child's life that day. Like MK Mythologies, Special Forces also takes place before the first Mortal Kombat. You play as Jax trying to stop Kano and his gang of Black Dragon members he just broke out of prison.
If it takes place before the first Mortal Kombat, why's he got his metal arms?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, God.
You might recognize Jurek from MK4, as well as Tremor, who made his debut in this game.
Oh my God, Tremor.
John Tobias left midway during production of Special Forces, which probably affected the game quite a bit. One big change was Sonya originally being playable, but having to be cut.
Hold on, I want to point out.
Tobias left midway during production of Special Forces.
And then he went on to make fucking... fuck, what's it called? My brain wants to say Kakuto Chojin. It's not that. It's a different Xbox fighting game like Mortal Kombat. Oh, God. It's very blatantly
Hey,
like a Mortal Kombat.
hey, did you know? Did you know that Noob Saibot is the names of the original developers of the games backwards?
That's the game.
That's good. That's a good technological information for you.
Fucking John Tobias left, made Studio Gigante, and they made Tao Feng Fist of Lotus. And then they made a super not okay, no. It's not their fault. I was gonna say they made a super shitty WWE game. It's not their fault. Fucking whatever the company, Activision, whoever.
John Tobias is to Ed Boon what DJ Jazzy Jeff is to Will Smith.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh.
Well,
Yeah?
without having to be cut. This game comes off as very
no,
budget,
you're right.
even for this time. I see what they were going for with the control scheme, having it similar to the layout of MK Fighters, having the X button as low punch, square as high punch, circle as low kick, and triangle as high kick, even though the low and high kicks both look pretty high. All of this doesn't mean squat, since when it's time for a fight, you're locked on the enemy, mashing away like a less fun version of Rock'em Sock'em Robots. The shooting doesn't feel all too much better. The environments are super generic video game fare. I'm assuming since this game is a budget title, they couldn't put too much work in here. The worst crime by this title is just how boring it is. At least Sub-Zero had some fun, corny cutscenes on top of some good-looking environments and character sprites. This game is ugly on all fronts, and it doesn't have any of the charm of the live-action cutscenes, since we have 3D rendered ones instead. There's nothing here to grasp onto, and it's probably a good reason the Mortal Kombat series had to take a little break until Deadly Alliance in 2002. This is the type of hot garbage I actually do recommend people playing, but it's only so you can see what a truly terrible game is. I'm sure you've heard a lot about this game, but reviews and videos like this can't do justice on how it feels and the slog you have to go through unless you do it yourself. I'm not saying beat the game, but maybe 30 minutes at the minimum. To understand what makes a game great, it's important to know what makes a game bad. It might be more worthwhile and educational than you think. Trust me on this one, this isn't a long control. Or don't, I can't tell you what to do. Thankfully, third time's the charm, since Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks is a vast quantum leap in improvement. This honestly might be one of the best fighting game spin-offs. The platforming is way better, the story is an interesting retelling of MK2, and the actual fighting feels fluid and fast. You can choose between Liu Kang and Kung Lao, with both characters feeling wholly unique with their own normals and special moves. After beating the game, you can unlock Scorpion and Sub-Zero, who also play different from each other. The boss fights are much grander in scale than I expected. It reminded me of God of War in a way, with how the boss fights would happen in different phases and make the fight seem more cinematic. Like Reptile and Baraka, who are the ultimate jobbers, got boss fights that made them seem pretty intimidating. My favorite aspect though is the multiplayer. You can play the whole story co-op with a shared health bar. You can't choose to play that co-op profile solo or play a co-op playthrough with your single player profile. Not a deal breaker, just a little annoying. I know for a fact there's some plot inconsistencies in the lore here too, but I'm just gonna assume this game takes place in its own timeline, like how I assume MK vs DC most likely does. This game's versus mode is pretty fun too, since the stage hazards and items add plenty of chaos to a match and keep things interesting. Even if you're not a Mortal Kombat fan, I still recommend this title. I wish it got expanded on even further with a sequel, and that was supposed to happen with Sub-Zero and Scorpion being the lead characters. But with Midway's financial problems, which led to the studio closing down, that game sadly had to be cancelled. The most recent release for a non-fighting game spin-off is actually from the series BlazBlue, called BlazBlue Entropy Effect. This is only on PC right now and was on early access for a pretty long time, but as of writing this video, is supposed to leave early access relatively soon. This is a roguelike, which I don't think I've ever played a single roguelike before, for the record. You may think an early access game shouldn't be scrutinized since it's technically not done, and I would agree on some levels, but this isn't a free demo or anything, it costs money. Once you start charging money, it's fair game to criticize at that point.
It's so funny that, like, seeing Hibiki and Taokaka just, like, running around everywhere, and then seeing Hakumen, like, just normal walking, I'm like, God, yeah, that is exactly the walk a fucking swordsman in a beat-em-up game like this would have.
It's so cool, though.
Yeah.
BlazBlue Entropy is mostly pretty good. The look of the game is awesome, and the playable BlazBlue cast, I'm assuming, are using the sprites from the previous games, which of course still hold up. But I don't know if it's just me, but this looks very un-BlazBlue to me. I remember BlazBlue stages being stuffed to the brim with insane detail and color. It looks like we're in some Neo-Tokyo looking place, and even with the later levels, this hasn't really changed, with music that's more atmospheric and not the blaring guitars I've come to expect from a BlazBlue soundtrack. The plot of this game I couldn't understand since it's all in the hub of the game. Maybe that will be elaborated on when this game leaves early access. Like I said, I don't play roguelikes, so I'm not sure if this would be considered a good one, but to me this feels pretty solid. I love the speed of this game with how you can dash in between enemies on the ground or the air. All the characters on offer here also feel very unique and faithful to how they play in the fighting games. This is definitely a game to keep an eye on when it officially releases. I do get the feeling though that this game is going to have some microtransactions for your character's perks between stages, but let's hope I'm wrong here.
Microtransactions for alternate colors. The worst would be like what they did with Mario Kart Tour. It's just the blank pack, and it's like $40 for fucking Rachel Alucard, all her colors, and like some perks for her.
Gross.
Yeah. Say what you will about like fucking Nintendo mobile games. Mario Kart Tour was probably the worst about that. It was there was the meme of like what costs less than the Diddy Kong pack, and the Diddy Kong pack was $40.
Fighting game spin-offs don't always stay in just the action game camp, even though that's the genre that would make the most sense to transition to. Some series have gone more experimental, and you can't go more experimental with the genre that's the exact opposite of a fighting game, and that's visual novels. Now, I have played and enjoyed some games in this genre before, like Phoenix Wright and Danganronpa, but to be a good visual novel, similar to a good book, you need a story that pulls you in. A visual novel's gameplay isn't usually going to be all that engaging beyond your choices in the response prompts. You're mostly just letting the narrative unfold, so it has to be a bit more engaging for its player. Or reader, I should say. BlazBlue has two visual novels on the PS3, Vita, and PC called X-Blaze Code Embryo and X-Blaze Lost Memories. I heard the first game is just fine, whether you're a BlazBlue fan or not. Just kind of a middle-of-the-road visual novel, and not the worst entry point of the BlazBlue story for the most part. I still ain't reading it though. The sequel, Lost Memories, I heard was way too confusing to keep up with, and maybe the hardcore BlazBlue heads would eat this game up, but someone like me isn't gonna really be into either of these titles regardless. I have a pretty good surface level understanding of BlazBlue lore, but in spite of that, I just couldn't be bothered to buy these games and play them for like 30 minutes each for me to know it's not for me.
I was like desperately looking around, trying to be like, other than that one little bit of S, I was like, is there someone that I recognize? God, please, I need something to like latch onto. Pink girl with an eye patch is cool though. I like her.
I watched a good amount of the first game on YouTube, and all of the plot immediately left my brain on what I just watched the moment it stopped. The visual novel style works for BlazBlue fans since it's kinda how the story is delivered in the story mode of the fighting games. But at least with that, there are fights in between. Can't say the same here. Some characters in the visual novels eventually made their way to the fighting game in later updated versions, so it's cool these spin-offs are not only canon, but more legitimized by having that crossover. Still ain't for me though. For a deeper dive into both these games and the BlazBlue series as a whole, I do recommend checking out Thorgy Arcade's BlazBlue retrospective. He does an excellent job making the insane lore incredibly digestible. I especially recommend it if you're not a BlazBlue fan at all, since this video was a great gateway into the series for me, and perhaps it will be for you too. For a world that is a bit easier to digest, we have the SNK fighters. A lot of SNK games take place in the same world, or at least have a lot of crossover with each other, so looking to have that world explored is always interesting to me. We do have a Samurai Shodown visual novel, with Nakaruru being the most prevalent character in the game, as well as King of Fighters Kyo starring, well, Kyo. The Sam Show visual novel is called Nakaruru Anohita Kara no Okurimono. Sorry if I butchered that. Let's just call it Nakaruru, the gift she gave me. You don't play this game in Nakaruru's perspective, but rather as a little girl named Kamui Kotan, who I don't even think has an official render. This game released on PC and Dreamcast, and only in Japan. A fan translation was done by Derek Pasquarella and his team, and it was finished pretty recently too. This game released with an OVA prequel DVD that sets up the plot pretty well, and I'm sure you can find this English subtitled OVA if you do a little bit of digging. The story isn't too bad, but it's pretty simple. Animals and people are becoming randomly violent, and you gotta figure out what's going on in your little peaceful village. This is of course between a lot of dialogue with some minigames sprinkled in. Although, from the minigames I've played, being a quiz and flute player, they're less so minigames and more just the game checking if you're awake. I do wish this were in Nakaruru's perspective, but I suppose it makes the narrative more thrilling if you play as a character that isn't as capable of defending herself. It's neat you can use a keyboard or a mouse to play this game, and I wish all Dreamcast games had this option, but for a visual novel, you're just gonna do this instead of this. King of Fighters Kyo has sadly yet to get a fan translation, so understandably, I can't say too much about this game, and that's too bad since there are a lot of characters I'd like to learn more about, like Kyo's cool motorcycle chick cousin Aoi, who has the power of purple and red flames, or Goro Diamond's girlfriend, or even Kyo's girlfriend, who is in a lot of games but doesn't get to talk all that much. This game has turn-based battles thrown in every now and then, so this would probably be considered a hybrid of an RPG and visual novel. There's even a local multiplayer option, so you and a friend can play KOF competitively in a turn-based battle. You just have to unlock all the characters, and both of you would have to be able to read Japanese. This game and the Rival Schools dating sim mode is near the top of games I'd want translated the most. We have a Spanish fan translation, but no English yet. Until then, all we can do is wait and
okay.
see if that ever happens.
Holds out my hand to you. Please, let's play King of Fighters Kyo, a turn-based RPG multiplayer together.
Yeah, would that be fun? Playing against each other in a turn-based RPG?
Yeah.
Dating Memories is a dating sim that was exclusively released on Japanese phones in 2005. Normally, I wouldn't be talking about a phone game, but it has a trilogy of games released on the DS, so let's talk about it. They haven't been translated at all, so let's bust out that Google Translate and butcher the language even more. Days of Memories features many dateable women in the KOF, Samurai Shodown, Fatal Fury, Art of Fighting, Last Blade, and even Maximum Impact games. The first game has you play as a high school student where Athena is your homeroom homie, and in the second, you're a journalist trying to get a scoop or something, though the status of the character's schooling is unknown to me since it seems like they're going in and out of a high school. The third looks like you're a college student based on how the rooms look. You sometimes run into male characters like Kyo, Iori, or Ryo. From what I've seen so far, this game seems packed with plenty of smoochable SNK characters. In the second game specifically, it looks like you can play as a girl and date some of the dudes, which is perfect. Not sure if it's in the third game though, I couldn't find it with any digging. I do love this alternative timeline where everyone's the same age and all go to school together. That's a clever spin, and you even have the same old rivalries from the fighting games, like Chizuru hating anyone from the Orochi group like Mature. The art looks pretty great, but seems to change between games. Not sure if it's the same artist changing styles, but it makes each game seemingly unique if you're just going through the pictures like I did. A genre I have almost zero experience in is card games. I never played Yu-Gi-Oh! Or the Pokemon card games ever. I would just collect the cards cause the art was cool. In a video game, using cards always seemed kinda lame to me. Like, why would I play that over a turn-based battle like an RPG instead? Even for a series I love, if there was a card game spin-off, I wasn't gonna touch it. My attitude is no different with fighting games. Tekken Card Battle on the Wonder Swan has really cool sprite art with a Tekken 3 theme, but the overworld and battles are just not my thing. Getting the higher number than your opponent seems to be the meta of this game, so it doesn't seem to be too deep. But how the selection roulette moves is seemingly random. You'll have to do your best to time where it stops for the most useful card. Just need to get a higher number than your opponent and pick up different cards along the way that allow you to grab, do air combos, or block. Maybe blocking should have just been a selectable choice for the player, since it's a choice that keeps you safe from an attack, but also allows your opponent to go again, increasing the risk of making that choice. I don't know, I feel like there's no player choices being made at all in this game, so at least a block prompt would be something. I do like the 8-bit versions of Tekken 3 music, which has some charm to it, and the digitized voice of the announcer sounds surprisingly good.
The Tekken Fight.
Battle Arena Toshinden had a card game too called Toshinden Card Quest, which is formatted like a board game. I barely have any idea what's going on here. Sometimes these events happen to give or take away cards, and sometimes you do card battles, but it's all in Japanese, so the deep mechanics of this game are yet again lost on me. The most celebrated of the card games based on fighting games seems to be SNK vs Capcom Card Fighters Clash, which has a couple of games on the Neo Geo Pocket and the DS. This does look the most interesting to me since the games are in English and has some really awesome sprites of the character cards. The first game is on the Switch, so perhaps one day I'll check this game out and give it the proper attention it deserves. This game has a pretty big cult following and I'd love to explore why. Puzzle games. Now that's a genre I'm all about. There's not too many of these standalone games that I'm aware of that were from fighting games, but the most prominent and first I'm aware existed is Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. Odd title since this is the first game, but I get it's spoofing Street Fighter 2 Turbo's title. Puzzle Fighter is the game I show off to people who don't really play fighting games. This puzzle game has the spirit of a fighting game beyond just its aesthetics, where it still brings out that competitiveness like if it were a fighter. The premise is simple. Get all the gem colors to match, so when you use the electric orbs of the same color, the gems touching that orb all disappear. And you want to do that enough so that your opponent's gems touch the ceiling before yours do. You can never bring down your guard because the tide can turn in the blink of an eye. If you chain your combos enough, you always have a chance of victory. This oozes charm too, from the chibi sprite art style to the light-hearted remixes of the character themes. Pretty much half the cast are Street Fighter characters, and the other half are Darkstalkers, with a hidden Cyberbots character Devilot thrown into the mix as well. An HD remake of this game exists called Super Puzzle Fighter 2 HD Remix. It released on the Xbox 360 and PS3, and it's pretty much the same game but prettier. The sprites are not redone, but the backgrounds, character portraits, gems, and music are. It's also backwards compatible on the Xbox One, so if you have access to that, I recommend nabbing this version right away. Another standalone puzzle game is Puzzle Arena Toshinden, and this one is a bit too obtuse for me to enjoy. The character sprites in the background are awesome to see, and the Battle Arena Toshinden soundtrack is ripped from the first game and fits pretty well here. But all you do is match 3 of the same colored ball, and I don't know, it doesn't seem as exciting as Puzzle Fighter, which released before this. You can taunt, but it doesn't seem to do anything. You can't control your screen for a sec, but your opponent still can. I guess you distract them a bit. Once the meter is full, super moves can turn the tide quickly, but they're kinda too OP and make matches longer than they should and will throw any planning out the window.
Yeah, that's why the opponent taunts you. I noticed when she's like, it doesn't seem to do anything, that when they taunt you, your meter goes down.
Yep.
So that's what it does. It stops you from winning instantly.
Perhaps there's a level of strategy I'm not understanding here that would make me appreciate it more, but to me it doesn't have the same level of depth as most puzzle games I've played. King of Fighters just does it all. SNK had some of the cast of KOF star in a scrolling shoot-'em-up game called The King of Fighters Sky Stage. This was initially released in arcades in Japan and Xbox 360. You select your KOF character, who shoots their way through enemies to fight a boss at the end of the stage that's typically from the Orochi saga. Every character has an individual story. It's kind of like going through an arcade ladder, with characters having unique dialogue with the bosses and an ending. Even if you play this with 2 players, the characters go through a mini buddy cop story, and each pairing combination has a unique story as well. Terry and Iori barely interact in the games, and having a super happy-go-lucky Terry with the edgy aggro boy Iori is such a perfect pairing I didn't know I wanted. Performing the character's special moves is also satisfying. There's a good risk-reward system since you have to stop shooting to charge the move. This game is only like 30 minutes max, but goes beyond just the novelty and is a solid shoot-'em-up. Granted, I don't play too many of these. I don't know if this is on like Ikaruga's level or anything, but I enjoyed going through the game a few times. This also does something I'm pretty sure is unique to this genre, and that's a versus mode. You're probably thinking that the goal is to get a higher score than the other player, and that's certainly part of it, but you actually have to fight each other. You play through a normal stage, but whoever has the higher judgment meter at the end is the winner. To increase said judgment gauge, the more in front of the screen you are, the faster it grows. But doing that increases the risk of getting shot since you have less time to dodge and your opponent can attack you from behind. It's a constant back and forth of who's in front or not, and it's something I wish was expanded upon further in other games of this genre. It's not brought up often, but this game did get a sequel and a port on the PSP called Neo Geo Heroes Ultimate Shooting. The majority of the cast are from fighting games, so I'm still counting this. We now have a Sam Show rep, Iroha, as well as probably the second most popular Last Blade character, Akari. This package has a bit more to offer than KOF Sky Stage, since we have a challenge mode and a gallery mode here. In addition, the entirety of KOF Sky Stage is also included in the game as well. Can't speak to how the multiplayer is since I need another PSP to do it, but I'd certainly love to try it sometime. The sequel here has a branching arcade ladder, so you can choose your path on which boss you'll face at the end of the stage. The challenge of a shmup like this on a handheld is the screen size. These games are on vertical screens for the most part, so on a widescreen handheld, that's a lot of unused screen space. You can have the screen flip horizontally and control like a vertical game if you hold your PSP that way, but if you do that or just play horizontally, it's just not the same. My favorite of the fighting game shoot-'em-ups is Capcom's Cannon Spike, or Gunspike in Japan. We all know Cannon Spike is the better title. This was released in arcades and on the Sega Dreamcast. Cannon Spike stars Cammy and Charlie Nash, who get strapped with guns and rollerblades to clear out a room of enemies in single-room stages. Other than just shooting, you can also perform close-range attacks as well as screen-filling special moves I'm sure you'd recognize. We also have a bonus fighting game character, BB Hood, who brought a scooter instead of skates, and the appearance of who I assume is Vega. His name is Fallen Balrog, which is his Japanese name. He's got a bondage theme going on in addition to having 2 bloody claws.
This is like bizarrely close to like one of his original concepts.
Yeah. I'm guessing that's why they used it.
Yeah.
I suppose this game takes place in an alternate future where Charlie never died and Vega fell on hard times. There's other non-fighting game characters here like classic Mega Man, a crazy armored version of Arthur and Sheba from Three Wonders. We also have Simone, who's inspired by Lin Kurosawa from the Aliens vs. Predator Capcom beat-em-up. Capcom just wants to use Lin so badly in so many games like Cannon Spike and CVS2, but just have to keep getting creative, it seems. Cannon Spike controls really well for not being a true twin-stick shooter, since regardless if you're playing the arcade version or the Dreamcast version, you only have a single stick. You can shoot in a single direction while strafing or lock on and circle your target. You'd think that simply touching the enemy would hurt you since it does in similar games, but it doesn't, which makes the melee attacks much more useful, since it would be hard to judge the range of the enemies if you're trying to avoid getting touched. Side note, but the death sounds of the enemy sounds like they're going wee as they die. The stages are seemingly random since I've started this game multiple times with the same character, and it's been different every time. It's a good artificial way to keep the game fresh if you keep coming back to it in an arcade setting. This is also a quickie like KOF Sky Mission and can be pretty tough as well. If you've got an hour or two, this is a great game to play all the way through, and it's also the perfect local co-op game since there's a single room for each stage, and your characters can go pretty far apart without it getting confusing. The only standalone sports game I can think of that has a fighting game spin-off are the Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball games. These are probably the most well-known fighting game spin-offs. I know people who thought DOA the fighting game was a spin-off from these games, which is depressing. This volleyball series has 3 mainline games with spin-offs of their own. I don't play many volleyball games or anything, but to me the actual mechanics here seem competent enough. Though I don't know if this is a game I play just for its gameplay, because it's not very exciting. I've seen these characters do insane shit all the time in DOA or Ninja Gaiden, and I wish there was some level of that here. Maybe if they had a genuinely exciting volleyball game, people would remember this game beyond being the horny DOA game. I know that's not the point, and it's solely for the sex appeal, but even if you replace these chicks with hot guys from DOA, my opinions wouldn't change. That's why the true bulk of the game is in the dating sim aspect of the game. After you pick who you want to play as, you try and woo another DOA lady as you go through the story. There go those quotes again. You have a limited time to accomplish this in a playthrough, making time management key. You do tasks like play minigames and gamble to win Zack Bucks to buy gifts for the waifu of choice. And it's so slow and painful to go through. Sometimes, no matter how many gifts you give them, they just don't want to hang out with you. This series is the ultimate tease. I'd be curious to know if this game is considered canon to DOA lore. Like, didn't Christy kill Helena's mom, and they're just hanging out like everything's fine? This game's lore has Zack take all the DOA girls on vacation on Zack Island. When the vacation's over, the island just like blows up or something. In the first DOA game, Zack was voiced by North Korean ambassador Dennis Rodman. I guess cause Zack was allegedly based on him, and Team Ninja thought it'd be a cute full circle moment. This series as a whole seems like a waste to me. If you wanted to be titillated by DOA chicks, just play the fighting game. They wear bikinis and other revealing outfits in those games, plus you can play a good fighting game instead of a mediocre volleyball / dating sim. Okay, almost done guys, almost done.
I was planning on like pausing to just be like, so you are not a Game Grumps enjoyer. I have known this, but I want to.
It will not stop being true the more you say it.
I know, but I would like to point out the playthrough, only one. There were 2 different ones, but the second one doesn't count because it didn't finish. The playthrough for DOA Extreme 2, where Aaron was determined for some reason to just he was playing Tina and was determined to hook up with Helena. And I'll be honest, like all of his attempts and like how horribly they were failing, are pretty funny. What's funnier is that like there was like this big moment where like he exaggeratedly like breaks down over that she just keeps rejecting him. It's like, I gave you a lace parasol, a tea set, a bracelet. I am in love with you. I want to put my face between your boobs. Like goes on this big whole like emotional spiel that is very clearly hammed up.
Wasn't there a moment where he was like playing, his character was like on the water slide, and like they just fly off?
Oh yeah, no, that's just a thing that can happen. But the funniest part about like trying to hook up with Helena is that like the next part after that, it works out of nowhere. Like he was thinking like, oh, I was just gonna do like 2 more episodes and then just gonna call it, but hey, it happened. And then the very next mini game that they play together, the volleyball, Helena sucks and loses the game for them. So it's really funny, just like how all that works. Anyway.
This is a bit of a grab bag of genres, so I'll try to rapid fire through these. First off, Street Fighter II: The Interactive Movie. This is an FMV game where you watch the animated movie from the perspective of one of Bison's robots, which are the same robots that monitor the fighters throughout the movie. You essentially scan fighters to gain power for the one and only fight at the very end.
Why?
This is a weird premise because this is just the whole movie.
Why does Cyborg look like he's from fucking like...
Why does he look like a Sentinel?
He looks like a Sentinel. He looks like he was rendered on the Genesis.
What is that object?
Even when Ryu is having
It
a personal
appears to be
flashback,
the
the
ace
robot
of
can see that
spades.
too, apparently. The movie is dope, but this is just watching the movie with an annoying filter. There is a unique intro animation in the same style as the movie, and 3 endings you can obtain, 2 of which are also brand new animations. When you do play as the robot, you enter the single playable fight in the whole game against a Street Fighter II sprite Ryu. The robot is just a reskinned Ken, and you can fight a hologram Ryu in the battle mode for practice with a CPU or second player. You can only do this if you have a password or a save file for your robot and have gone past the first disc, since the fighting part of the game is on disc 2 and you can't boot it unless you get to it naturally. Lots of hoops we gotta jump through to play the actual gameplay part. Regardless, you're really just watching a movie. I'm reluctant to call this a fighting game since it's like 5% of the whole game. This is more or less an interactive night trap, so take that for what you will. Pro Jumper Guilty Gear Tangent is a digital-only game exclusive to the shutdown DSiWare, and it's a Guilty Gear platformer. I couldn't even emulate this game, not that I do that, so I just had to look up what footage I could find. You play as the alleged mascot of the series, Chimaki. This guy appears in a game I mentioned earlier, Guilty Gear 2 Overture, and I'm pretty sure that was his first and most prominent appearance outside of this DSiWare title. He also appears in Guilty Gear Xrd as a tutorial NPC in the lobbies and on May's backpack and Strive. He kinda looks like a radish who has a leaf covering his junk. The game feel itself is hard for me to speak on since I haven't played it, but it looks like you do some very mild platforming and occasionally hit enemies with your towel. We have 6 very brief stages where Chimaki's got his towel and a basket of his stuff, and he just goes to bathhouses around the world, defeats a boss, and just jumps in the hot bath after. Is this guy supposed to be sole bad guy? The stages are named in a goofy way, where it's a stage location with some kind of new joke. We've been graced with names like Full Frontal Fuji, Disrobe Dungeon, or Nude York. Look, I'm sure it was late and the dev just wanted to go home to see their family that night. Similar nitpick to BlazBlue Entropy, this world doesn't really come off as very Guilty Gear since it looks like a regular Japanese bathhouse, but later levels do get goofy, which still isn't very Guilty Gear. That's what happens when you have such a distinct style. Even in the spin-off games, fans are still gonna expect that same insane outlandish style. Eat Beat Dead Spike sound for the Switch. Rhythm games are one of my favorite genres ever, and ones with fighting game songs are a great fit. The music in fighters are usually pretty upbeat and fast, which is perfect for a rhythm game. Although this comes off as a bit budget with its awful UI, having the B button on the Switch being what confirms selections on the menus, almost if this were mapped like a PlayStation controller. Getting past that, this is a cute little game that I wish had more time to fine-tune. Would have been cool if there were a bit more than 20 songs, or maybe something like a multiplayer. I played a decent number of songs, but after like 2, I don't know, I just started getting a headache. Maybe it's the way the background and music notes spin in a circle kinda fast. Even while dizzy, I was able to do decently on the harder difficulties, though there's not much depth to it beyond hitting the L and R buttons, so it might not have enough substance here for rhythm game fans. If this game were like $2, this would be a harmless recommendation, but that $7 price tag seems a little ballsy for this game. Quiz King of Fighters is the second game in the KOF series and has you choose a character to save Yuri from this knight. I wish this game was in English because a quiz arcade game like this looks kind of fun. No Kyo or anyone original to KOF 94 are selectable, but we do have Samurai Showdown characters. Crazy to think that Sam Show characters wouldn't be playable in the mainline KOF games until like 14. You go through a linear board by rolling a number, and as you go through, you can gain perks from shops and eventually fight enemies and bosses. And by fighting, I mean fighting with knowledge. Your character takes damage each time you get a question wrong, and for each one right, your opponent takes more damage. It's cool to see the different animations for your character attacking your opponent when you're on a roll, and they have a good amount of them too, since the animations don't repeat too often in a single battle. For the Neo Geo Pocket Color, another game that is only in Japanese is King of Fighters Battle de Paradise, essentially a Mario Party, but for KOF. This game is incredibly cute, and the mini-games are pretty simple, but I suppose they couldn't go too crazy on a handheld game. This can only be played with 2 players, which I get since the boards are pretty small and the mini-games are designed around 2 characters. Not knowing Japanese, I can surmise the game's goal is to make money by winning minigames or landing on event spaces or using cards to buy a KOF star. Just like Mario Party, whoever has the most stars wins. The minigames happen when you pass the minigame space, so that way it happens no matter what. A lot of the times you'll land on events that take away money or give you items. But watch out for the skull space since you'll get screwed over for sure. Even with 30 turns, this game goes pretty quickly, like maybe 20-ish minutes max, which makes sense for a handheld game like this. A game that has a bit of genres we already talked about is from ADK on the Neo Geo CD called ADK World. Featured in this game are characters from World Heroes and the obscure aggressors of Dark Combat, among other ADK characters from non-fighting games. This is a bit of a variety title with multiple minigames, so let's start with the quiz game hosted by different ADK characters, and stop me if you've heard this, it's only in Japanese. I truly want a quiz game about fighting games in English. I think that it would be an awesome digital budget title, but I know that is a very niche ask. This quiz game is missing some of the flair of Quiz of Fighters, but maybe the quality of questions in ADK World are much better. Who knows? ADK Dome is another card battling game, but I have no clue what's going on. The chibi art style is great, but that's all I can pull from this. You can also be confused with a friend in versus mode. Misery does love company and all. ADK Corner is a discussion between John the Arc and Ryoko where they talk about ADK the company and the merchandise they had and whatnot. A conversation I'd love to be privy to. Cafe de ADK is a database of some non-fighters like Magician Lord and Ninja Commando. The menu has John and Ryoko again, so maybe they're reading this info from their perspective. I can only guess. 90YY, where you control the World Heroes character Broken through a side-scrolling shooter. He can shoot from his gun, but also drop bombs that, after falling, shoot horizontally, and also has a close-range attack by turning his hand into a stun rod. This started off easy, but ramped up in difficulty real quick, which made me grateful they give you a pretty big health bar and not just a single hit death. The last mode is one I can barely speak on. Brown's Academy, where this dude, I assume named Brown, goes through World Heroes characters and goes into their backgrounds. Nothing much else beyond that, I'm afraid. Finally, there's an extras mode that you need to unlock first, but it's not worth the trouble. You can unlock an ad for a car game on the Neo Geo CD and a shogi match between, I think, the developers. It's just a bunch of pictures with commentary over it. And the credits, which is the most interesting part. You play as a little blue dude and destroy the staff members' names, and you'll get some art, either official and sometimes fan art, with a little note attached from that staff member. This is certainly interesting, but that's all it could be if you don't know the language, because the parts I'm truly interested in are in the commentary of the characters. This is a better budget attempt at celebrating a company's fighting game series versus Virtua Fighter's Passport disc. That being said, this isn't at the top of my list for being in need of a translation. Samurai Showdown RPG is one of my personal favorite games on here. The Neo Geo CD version was recently translated into English by Jeff Nussbaum. This is just what it sounds like, a turn-based RPG with the Samurai Showdown characters. It uses seemingly pared-down versions of the sprites from Sam Show 3 in the battles. Upon starting a new game, you can choose one of 6 characters as your protagonist. They all have their unique story paths, and you recruit more characters into your party as the plot progresses. The world and music come together very well and give off that quiet and serious Samurai Showdown tone. In battle, you can choose to input your special moves in the vein of the fighting game, but maybe this is just me, some of the moves with simple inputs either don't work or do another move instead. You do have 2 or 3 chances to actually input the move correctly. If you fail, you'll just do a standard attack, which doesn't cost any SP. SP being the MP equivalent. You can just keep it old school and simple by picking these moves in a menu instead and turning off the fighting game input mode. I think it would have been cool to do a hybrid of both by rewarding the player with bonus damage if you manage to correctly input the move. We also have the meter system from Sam Show that increases when you get hit, allowing you to do your super move. Think of this as almost like a limit break. When going into the overworld, the spawn rate of enemies is very high, whether you're walking or not. I'm gonna assume this was a deliberate choice by the developers, since the destinations in the overworld are relatively close, and this might have been the best way to cram those battles in. The story takes place during the first Samurai Showdown, where the main antagonist is Amakusa. You can actually choose to play the second chapter of this game first, which I'm assuming takes place during Samurai Showdown 2, where you face off against Raishojin Mizuki, the final boss of Sam Show 2. With all 6 characters in the second chapter, it starts off with the same Nicotine Caffeine writing them a letter to come to a town in Japan. The second chapter is not as special as the first, since based on what I've seen, the characters don't have any unique story from each other unlike the first chapter. I do recommend starting with the first chapter since it sets the story for every character pretty well, but it's cool they give you this option to play essentially the sequel to the game right off the bat. The English translated version is only for the Neo Geo CD release, which is the best version anyways, compared to the cut down animations of the PS1 and Saturn versions. Beating the Neo Geo CD one will have you play an epilogue chapter with a character not playable normally. I won't spoil who that is, but that's mostly because I don't have footage of it myself. Of all the games here, I personally recommend this one above all the others, especially if you're an RPG fan and not really a Samurai Showdown one, since I do think it's a good gateway into the series. I know there's a shitload of games I didn't even mention, like the KOF mobile game that was only on the PC and didn't even release in Europe, Japan, or the US, but Thailand. Or the PC game that stars Lilith from Darkstalkers called Lilith Throttle, where you have to navigate a stage to collect items to move on to the next one. Dynasty Warriors is kind of in a weird gray area, since the first Dynasty Warriors was a fighting game on the PS1, but the subsequent games went in a different direction and never looked back. Does Street Fighter Cross Mega Man even count, since it was a fan game Capcom just allowed to exist? If there's some spin-off I didn't mention here, let me know. I think this practice of having a fighting game series going outside its comfort zone and genre is something I wish happened more often. but as games become more expensive to make, it's difficult for developers to be as experimental as they were in past generations. I would like indie game companies to give it a shot one day. Maybe make a smaller scale game like a Soul Calibur Metroidvania, a turn-based retro-style RPG, or a Mortal Kombat dating sim. Get weird with it, I don't care. But these fighting game series are owned by much bigger companies that probably wouldn't trust an indie developer, no matter how experienced they are, to make a game they don't have full creative control over. I suppose we'll just have to have the fighting game themselves go outside their own genre, which we've seen in the past with Tekken Bowling and Force modes, and even today with the World Tour mode in Street Fighter 6. I suppose we have to be patient for a studio to give it another crack.
Good video.
What a very fun and informative video.
Yeah. Also, hello, Master of Disguise.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about.
Yeah.
Lupa and Payless just rip it apart.
Oh, before the stream was happening, I was recommended on YouTube anti-racism in cartoons.
Yeah.
From what I've seen, real good. I always forget the fucking That's So Raven moment where it's like Raven and Chelsea are trying to get hired at this clothing store. Chelsea sucks and like bombs the interview. Raven's real good and should be hired, but Chelsea gets hired and like they don't know why. Then Raven gets a vision, and it's just the lady who was hiring them just being straight up. The truth is, I don't hire black people. God. Oh, you've never seen it? Oh, ooh, I gotta.
No.
I'll show you just that little bit because it's so like.
All right.
In retrospect, it's so funny. Back then, it was super serious.
All right, let's do it.
Sitcom.
Okay. One moment. Audio messed up. One sec. Yeah. All right. Okay. Better.
In an episode of That's So Raven entitled True Colors, Raven experiences hiring discrimination based on race. Okay, it starts off with Raven, who is feeling mighty confident about landing a position at a store called Sassy's, a seemingly Claire's-like store. Corey, that little rascal's talking about how he has to write a report for Black History Month and that he doesn't give a shit about Black history. Their parents call him out and encourage him to take it seriously, but
I completely forgot that happens sometimes. Because sometimes it doesn't, and that's the thing.
Bad timing for it to start right then.
Yeah.
Race. Okay, it starts off with Raven, who is feeling mighty confident about landing a position at a store called Sassy's, a seemingly Claire's-like store. Corey, that little rascal's talking about how he has to write a report for Black History Month and that he doesn't give a shit about Black history. Their parents call him out and encourage him to take it seriously, but come on, this is Corey we're talking about. This is Corey's house. Off goes Raven to meet up with her friend Chelsea for a double interview. So during this interview, Chelsea is an unhireable dumbass. Raven, on the other hand, killed the interview. You would have to be racist not to hire her.
The truth is, I don't hire black people.
Like, that expression is so funny.
Oh, my God.
It is so funny. Like, now it is. It is just like, oh, God. She's so smug about it. And it's hilarious.
Oh, well. Okay. The next day, after learning that Chelsea got the job interview over her, Raven has a vision of the store manager. In the vision, the store manager says that she hired Chelsea over Raven because she believed that black people could not be trusted in a professional environment. This is an example of racist hiring practices, which are very real and still exist today. But the problem in this show is that Raven has psychic abilities, and unless racist store managers just flat out say,
I don't hire black people,
it's near impossible to prove hiring discrimination, even if you have psychic abilities, because I'm assuming that future vision doesn't really hold up too well in a court of law. Anyways, the point that this episode makes is that discrimination still exists and that it hides in plain sight. It might seem like a coincidence that your local Claire's only hires white people, but the store manager might be cartoonishly racist.
I always knew about racism, but I never knew how much it could hurt.
Yeah, Ray, that's intense.
Well, I'm off to work.
Just kidding. The episode makes the point that the people who benefit from racist hiring practices need to stand up against racism to, you know, not be a terrible person. So they come up with this insanely complicated plan to catch the manager saying something racist on tape. Chelsea almost fucks it up, but not to worry, they got her. Much like the episode of Static Shock, this episode blew my mind. Mine and many other schools did teach us about the civil rights movement and segregation, but did not teach us about all the racism performed today. I guess I wasn't expecting it, and I had to run to my mom and talk to her about discriminatory hiring practices. And that's kind of the point. Disney Channel seems to have the most experience making statements and episodes about racism, probably because, past mistakes. To have this be a mainline episode of one of the most popular shows at the time instead of being some throwaway PSA is not something you see too often. And much like that talk I had with my mom after watching True Colors, this episode compelled a lot of children to initiate important and uncomfortable conversations with their parents and guardians about race. Kids of color's parents probably had to tell them that there are very real roadblocks to their success that stem from racism and violence. And a lot of white children probably had their first understanding that they have certain privileges that other kids don't have. But we aren't done talking about this episode yet. We haven't talked about Corey. What the fuck is happening? Frederick Douglass pulled Corey into the internet through the computer to have a haunted tech romp around Black history? Bessie Coleman, Scott Joplin, Harriet Tubman, Jackie Robinson. You know his ass is getting an A on that paper after this hallucination. Before I rewatched this episode, I genuinely thought this part was a fever dream that I made up. This is more of that weird deliciousness that millennial cartoon watchers got to experience. Chef Kiss, you don't get it like this anymore. This is television, baby. Alrighty, let's...
Alright, I got something to show you.
Okay, alright.
Something to show you.
Yeah.
I've timestamped it for you, because it's just one part, but man. And I don't know if I've shown this on stream before. I think I have shown you this clip before, but God, it's so good.
Yeah. I remember you showing this.
Now, I, for one, love when the crowd gets hyped, because it's always over the weirdest shit.
Our heads are filled up with important things like baseball stats and Doobie Brother lyrics. They remember the time 10 years ago you threw their cat off the bed. And they're all...
Yeah! Fucking Skippy had it coming! No, fuck you, babe! That pussy's been scratching my beanbags! So Corolla goes out to ask random women questions, and just watch this part.
There was an operation that made you smarter, but it made your ass bigger. Would you do it?
No.
No.
No. No. We don't need the operation.
What? The fucking boomers were such poor taste scoundrels that they convinced women that a wagon was gross. Curry backside, it didn't even register when I was watching this skit. Imagine seeing a fat ass at this time and just being like, look at chunky monkeys over there. Why don't you try making that ass a little flatter, honey? Fucking got her, Jim. I don't get it. Were flat asses the appeal? Hey, when I slap your ass, I want it to feel like a doomsday bunker. When I come up behind you during breakfast, give you a nice smack, I want to fucking fracture my wrist.
There was a point in time where flat asses were like appealing. Like
it truly was a horrible time to be alive.
Like even in Supernatural, and you can imagine, you know, Dean Winchester all about like slamming a lady or two, like says the words, has an ass you can bounce a nickel off of, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's a bad thing. What?
I always thought it was implying like it was just real hard and flat.
You want to talk about a despicable time in history? The shaming of fat asses? Genocide? I'm just minding fat ass was at any point just a negative thing. I'm disgusted and my day is ruined. It's the worst thing about this shit. All these men.
Oh man.
Incredible.
Thank you, Mr. GG.
Thank you, Mr. GG. God, I remember you showing the Mind of Mencia video too. Oh man.
Plus, you're scratching up my beanbags.
Well, let's end it with like their own paper box house. Have some dinner.
Well, let's go.
No, stop! Stop! Jello fondue! Why do you serve this?
Every time. Every time. The most disgusting foods. Can we get a good meal?
I like how you say.
Like,
I like how you say a good meal.
Chat room, let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. Chat room, if you're gonna send a donation, you're gonna talk about a food. Why not? Why not like a chicken sandwich?
Pop Rocks hold the pop. Ranch Tacoreos. Mayo and peas on pizza. Captain Crunch fried chicken. That sounds incredible, though. However, nice glass of pilk. Yeah.
You said that.
Yes, that was me. I was $3. Snake milk. Soggy bagel.
Let's fucking go. Chocolate coated brie. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. That's disgusting. Shut up. Okay.
Gay bacon.
How do you ensure the bacon is gay? Okay.
Oh, he doesn't know about gay bacon strips.
Okay. Oh, roast beef. Oh God! Oh God! Shut up! Oh, this is, I swear to chicken flavored chicken.
See, that's just funny though.
No! What do you mean? Fried pickle Krabby Patties.
It's here.
It's here.
GVG guys,
Please
$1.
stop standing fried water. Goku's fried toast.
You know what? I'm leaving. No, I don't care.
Take me with you.
Is if like
it's like sorry, continue. You're saying? Yeah. 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 Feet flavored meat.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Shut up!
Shut up!
I'm going to find you. I'm going to look up that donation name. I'm going to dox you. I'm going to find. I'm sending gun. I'm sending gun from Sonic Adventure 2. It's over. The truck is coming through your walls. Sonic Steve Fried. Why is it all fried?
Rose, it's so over.
Oh my God.
It's so over.
Can you ban words? Yeah, I'm not gonna. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Don't worry. Feet flavor meat. Okay, you know what?
Again.
I'm done. I'm done hearing this shit. I'm making it really quiet. I'm making both of these really quiet. They're nowhere near as. They're so fucking annoying. You just never stop. It's so constant. I can't hear myself think. $1 was a mistake. I'm taking it back. I'm taking it back. It's 3 now. It's three's minimum. You fucked it. You fucked it. You're using it for evil. I'm changing it back to 3. It's going back to 3. No, you know what? Fried fingers. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up, fried fingers. Sonic eats your. One day, the aliens will find Earth and they'll find this stream and they'll be like, translation, goddamn. Why didn't we think of this back on our planet? Suck gun, dude. I need to suck some walls. I don't know. I'm ending the stream. We don't know.
Evil sand omelet. Very cool.
Twitch Kitchen Nightmares.
Try as they might, nothing will beat that first fried water reaction. Correct. This is true.
It's very good.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it for stream. Action games good. I beat a whole bunch recently, and they're all good. Tomorrow's March, which means it's time for March Madness, but I don't like basketball that much, so it's gonna be Mega Man March Madness.
Stop being cute. Stop it. Stop being cute.
I refuse. Anyway, thanks whoever came by for coming by, even though the last chat message was over 3 hours ago. It's whatever. I had a fun time. See you tomorrow for the Megan Man. Bye.